So you're finally here. We're on to the video generation section, which lots of you have probably been looking forward to. Some of you would have skipped across to this and you'll be missing some integral parts earlier for how we make this happen. But this is a very exciting part. I'm going to share with you now. You have access to this page that I've created, especially for this section. You have access to it being on the course. This page right here, aivideo.school, AI video tools. And if you scroll down, there's a little bit about it right here. Every single tool we're going to look at, from Runway, and then there's Luma, Happier, Picker, InVideo, Stable Diffusion, Kling, Caber, Flux, RenderNet, and then there's a few tools on here that are just waiting for these to be either released to the public, or I'm going to make a lecture on them. So everything you need, if you need to come to a tool and follow along step by step how to use that tool, some features that are on it and stuff, it's all here in text form if that's how you prefer to learn. Now, there are a lot of AI video tools out there, and there are more being released every single week. I've handpicked here for you the main ones that I use, my backup ones, and then some extras. So there's way more on here than you could ever want, and I'll keep adding to these. So for example, on this hierarchy I have on the slide, you can see Runway right there is my main video tool, and right now it'll probably be yours. Then if I can't generate it on there, it's not working for me, or there's a restriction or something, I have backup tools that I use. These for me are Happier, Picker, Luma Dream Machine, and also Stable Diffusion Video. And then there are even extras that I'm going to show you inside this course, like InVideo, a different kettle of fish altogether, really good. Kyber, Kling, RenderNet, Flux, Cool, and Hedra, and these will keep being added to. So we'll look at all these tools, especially Runway in depth, and then all these other tools we have lectures on, showing you an overview on how they all work. So in a moment, I'm going to go over Runway, and there are 3 or 4 individual lectures all about Runway, going really into depth on how to use this, how to grab your images, how to make the cameras move, how to make characters move, how to extend clips, how to even use yourself as a template using something called Act 1 to enable the AI to know what it should do. Loads of exciting stuff. Then after that, I have loads of individual lectures, one at a time, giving you an overview of all these other AI video tools, some in depth and some less so. And you can see by the end of all these, which tools you like the most. You'll know how they all work and which ones you want to work with moving forward. So let's get into it, shall we? Let's start making some AI video. Now, Runway ML, it's an absolute pleasure to show you this tool. It is my favorite, my most preferred and used AI video tool. There are some limitations with regards content to be used here, for which I have backup tools I use. You'll see those in the following lectures. I've got a few here on ML, so you have a full understanding of Runway. Then after that, I'll go through and keep adding to 10 plus different AI video tools, give you an overview, and you can compare them directly to what is right now, currently at the time of recording, the leader in the AI video space tool. I think personally, Runway ML. And now, if you come back over to the site for this, aivideo.school/AI video tools, come down here, and here's all the tools we're going to be talking about. Some of these are not yet available, and it says not available to the public yet, a handful of these at the end, but the others have all the details here, so you can go through as we do all these lectures. Runway, if I click down here, I've got a comprehensive guide to using Runway, kind of information about it, then a step-by-step, these follow along with the tool itself. I'll use these, it'll be pretty much sectioned off in this lecture, so you could follow along if you want a text prompt to remind yourself. Some people prefer that. It's all here on the site. So this video, I'll go over some of the settings, and you'll understand the full, you need this lecture for using ML, because you'll go over the full settings for Runway, where everything is, and then in the next ones we'll actually generate it and you'll see it firsthand, issues that come up or options and things, and then some other great things that are available inside Runway for this. So let's get in here. If you come to runwayml.com, there is a link right here. You can just go straight through from site to this. So we'll go here and then go, let's try Runway. Now I already have an unlimited package for this. You see it says unlimited because I use it a lot. Now you can, and there's lots of different ways. There's a free version and you're allowed a few projects. You can also get yearly. You can get quite expensive if you're doing yearly plans. What I like about it is it's showing you the cost for the year. So many models will break it down by month and then you'll bill for the whole year at once. This is very, very open and shows you exactly what it is. So monthly costs, if you want to pay monthly, I've got unlimited, so I pay $95 a month. That's not cheap, but I'm using it every single day, all day, and I've never run out. It's been great. Includes this many credits, and you're never going to run out and get any issues. You can, of course, just do $15 a month, $35 if you're going to use this less. Start on free and see how you get on. So back inside Runway, now the interface of course might change over time. They've changed this since I started recording the course, never drastically, but right here is where, pick up where you left off, some other projects I've been working on, and then you've got Runway tools, a handful that it's showing me here. If I click this button here, I can see all tools, and you'll see that Runway has so much. We'll have seen this inside images when we did it in the last section. This is the main one we're going to use. They've named this generative session, AI video, basically image to video. There's text to image, all this other stuff right here, all great stuff. But for this lecture right now, we will use a bit of lip syncing, but we'll do it inside here. You can do generative search. This might be called video of some description in the future if they change the name, but right now it's called generative session. If I click that, it opens a page that looks something like this. Now think of this from left to right, and I order it on this page. I say left to right, so first left panel you see here. This is pretty much the session that you're working with. So am I going to prompt for my image? I can put an image here and then prompt for it. Am I going to camera? So I put my image here and then I can decide on my camera movements. I'll actually make this bigger for this tutorial. Am I going to use Act 1? That's basically where you can create a video of yourself and then turn that into something or someone else. We have a whole lecture on that in a couple of lectures time. Or am I going to expand the video? For example, did I make one this size and I want a video that's long without having to zoom in? Or do I want to create a long video and make it wide? So we're going to, for the sake of these lessons, now the next one we'll be using these two and this one here, but just to show you what this is all about. So they are the different sessions that you can have in here, the different tool options. This is where you would drag and put your image that you have generated. Now we can do text to video. I'll show you that in a couple of lectures time. Nowhere near as good as you can imagine as dropping an image in here. Just a quick one before here. We're in Alpha Turbo. By the time you watch this, there may even be another one and another one. These are different models, basically from least good getting better and faster, but there may be something where you're blocked doing something here you might want to use another model for, but of course, or based on the number of credits that you have, Turbo costs more than usual, so than the usual Alpha model. So I always put it down to Turbo. It's completely up to you. Now to use this with prompting, which you don't actually need a prompt, if I grab an image of something right here, I think we should, for fairness, over the next several lectures, use maybe a couple of images to compare the next 10 kind of models or so, and we can compare them side by side. So if I drop this image of me that I have here, an AI version of myself that was generated, I can drop this in right here and wait for that to upload. Now it's going to pop up because I've given it a square image and it's asking me for video. Do I want it to be portrait, landscape? How do I want it? Because your image you selected doesn't fit anything. So let's do this way and crop it right here. And we've got our options now. So I could either, I can crop this again if I want to, delete it if you need to, remove it and add another image. This is automatically selected it as my first. Now, if I do have another image, I could click this, Say it's another image of me that I've generated inside Midjourney or Runway Image or wherever, and it's me looking to the right or something, or it's a very zoomed out shot. If I put that in my last frame, it would tell Runway that my first one looks like this and my very last frame would look like this, and it would animate it in between to get from one frame to another. You may want to use some text prompting like seamlessly. In fact, I have some prompts right here that's going to give you some ideas on prompt crafting, seamless transitions. I can use the word seamless and things, or how you want it to transition with a puff of smoke or something. But just to let you know, that's there. And if I want to say, if I've uploaded it in here and I need to flip it around, that's my last image. So I could prompt right now with this as my first image or this as my last image. So if I do this and say we zoom in and then this was my last image, then Runway would make an image like this further zoomed away, and it would zoom in because it would finish on this shot. So that's how first and last works. Either if you're uploading two different images, or if you're just prompting and you want it to finish here, you could do that, or start, which is really nice. So then you have an option right here for prompting or not. You don't have to. You can just let the Runway model go with it. And actually, as a code of best practice of what I do when I'm generating videos, the first thing I always do when I have my image, say I wanted this, is I always run one, 5 seconds and 10, maybe both, without any prompt whatsoever, because I want to see what the AI model does. Sometimes they do exactly what I want. Sometimes they do something better. Sometimes it gives me an idea for something I didn't even think of. So I always just generate that first. And then I go in and prompt if I want, for example, the character to do something or the camera to move in a certain way. So you have some options there, just like we had before, aspect ratio, etc. Never really use these, put those back down. Here I can choose 5 seconds or 10 seconds. And yes, 5 seconds takes generally slightly less time to generate than 10 seconds. But in Runway, the generation time is nothing like you're going to see in some of the tools we have coming up, where even on a paid plan, you can wait upwards of 10, 20 minutes for a generation. Nothing like that at all. We're talking a couple of minutes maximum inside here on Turbo, I find. So for a test, I guess, let's just generate that. While we wait for that to generate, so this lecture is just about the settings. The next one we're going to go into do some prompting and test some different things out. You could also have the same image and have camera selected here. Here I've got full control whether I want the camera. I'm basically telling the camera how to move for this generation. So you can see pretty much here what it's telling me it's going to look like. But the great thing is that inside my preview right there, actually I can make this bit bigger for you. Inside my preview, it shows me how it's going to move. So if I zoom that, can you see that? Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. So I could tell it with this 5 second generation, I want to zoom in to this shot. I can say maybe I want it to pan over there slightly. See, that's moving like that. Pan is if it's almost on its axis, the camera, and it's just tilting side to side. So I can tell it to do that. I can also tell it to tilt up and tilt down, which is kind of nice. I could tell it to roll if I want it to move a little bit funky, go down or up vertical. So it could be like this. And I could tell it horizontal that way. So we could run with something really skewed like that, and you can see how that's going to come out. Let's actually generate that while we're here. Now we might as well take a little look at these generations. Let's look at this first one that's come in. Remember, I gave it 0 prompting whatsoever. Nice, the camera has a little bounce. He's staring at camera, the AI me. There's no morphing, no strange weirdness on the face. I didn't prompt it to do anything. Just has this nice bounce and slow zoom in. Realistic, great. This is why I love, and you'll see when we compare this to other models, Runway just doesn't suddenly have me whipping my head back, laughing, and some morphing that we see happen with other tools, which I really like. So this is just about to, you saw that in real time actually, how quick that is on 98%, just holding these last couple of percent, how quickly it is to generate. So I'll show you this one now. Remember the camera movement that we set up here? Let's watch that. Okay, something very strange happened. You'll see this with all AI video tools. You might want to regenerate, and regenerate to get exactly what you want. All I would do is hit this again. It does some weird wipe transition halfway through. I mean, if I stop it here, I've pretty much got almost the shot that I wanted pretty much. Maybe I want a bit more of a tilt. So just generate it again. So we're going to more prompting with this and camera stuff in the next one. So I'll show you some more stuff here. Once I've got my video, say it was this one, and I wanted to do any action post generation, I click the drop down arrow right here. I can reuse the settings and it'll pop up like this. And if I've had any prompt in here, it would just generate that prompt again and put it in there, but I haven't used any. If I want to extend this, it'll say, okay, let's extend it another 8 seconds, do you see here? And then I can add another prompt. So if I wanted to extend it 8 seconds and then have the character look left or right, look up, down, or the camera move, I can tell it to do that. I can also lip sync. We'll do that later. It pops up and says, okay, what do you want to lip sync it with? Can you upload some audio? I'm just detecting the face, and then let's lip sync it. Video to video, I could use this video that we have generated inside Runway's own video to video generator to change details like that. We're not going to use video to video. It's not a great tool, I think. We're using image to video. I can also do the edit time. So I can speed this and I can change the crop on here if I wanted to do that inside the platform. But you're probably going to be downloading this and using your own edit software. So no need. And expand video is just like we saw in the sessions before. Let's cancel that. I can choose it to be vertical. Now I have a landscape image, for example. Now it's just put some quick versions here, video to video and extend, which are already available here. They've given you quick buttons there. Rate this if you want to help out the model. Here is where you download it. You can choose even MP4, or if you're making it for a GIF, then you can. So that's where you download. And that's pretty much all the tools that we need to use. Now you have an overgrasp of the platform, what it looks like, and where everything we're using for AI video is. In the next lecture, I'm going to put in some images, this one and another one I have that we generated earlier in the course, a drone flying over London, and then we'll use and test and try and break both those images in the model here to see everything that you can do and what's available, so that when we go on to the next platforms, I'm going to show you 10 plus more AI video tools, and I'll keep adding to these over the weeks, months, years, so we can compare them side by side and give it a real fair test to see which ones you like the best. Now continuing where we left off, this lecture still inside Runway, and if you want to obviously go back to the page we've been working through, aivideo.school, AI video tools, there's more about Runway in the drop down there to follow along with. This is a useful lecture because I'm going to drag in a whole bunch of images, and we'll be doing things like testing with and without prompts, different style of prompts, some camera movement, some things that come up in issues that happen when you do generate images. So let's get playing with it, and probably when you're generating images, you're going to come up with the same issues that I'm coming up against here. So it's very, very handy to have. So let's do some generation on various images. For example, let's just start with this image I have of this guy inside his home on sofa. So this image here I generated inside Runway. I don't have an end image, although I can show you that momentarily because I do have something quite similar. I'm going to keep this as the first, and what I always do, like I mentioned as best code of practice, is just run with a generation. So I'll just do that while I keep talking. And sometimes I do a 5 and a 10 seconds because sometimes there might only be like a 2 or 4 second clip I need, and within that 10 seconds I might have 2 to 4 seconds I want to use with something that AI just did by itself that wouldn't be available inside 5 seconds. So I run a version of that also. Now I may have an idea that I want this to zoom into his face. Zoom in, slide like that. So there's a few different ways we can do this. You may have no idea what you want and just let AI go with it and keep generating and generating. Completely up to you. So let's say camera zooms into face slowly. I've not given any direction about the character. So I can run a 5-second version of that, and I can say the man smile, something very small detail to be done here. Let's generate that to compare. And then of course, once again, do you remember the camera right here? No, so we're basically asking it to zoom just like that into his face. So I can then just run also with the same prompt right here. Let's generate that, and we can compare these side by side now. They're all generating below here. If you do too many at a time, you'll be queued, but look how quick these are running already. It's even telling me, hey, stop it, you're being too fast. So all these are generating in real time. I love Runway, it's so fast. So this one was a 5-second clip without any prompting whatsoever. Let's see what it did. Actually, let me make that bigger for the sake of this. Let's see what this did. It actually gave a really nice zoom into his face. They're quite intuitive by what you might want anyway. That's a really nice movement. That's probably better than a straight zoom. It has a slight little boom to the right and then zooms in. I see no morphing in any of the background here, in the flowers or anything. Definitely not in his face. In his hands, is there any? Nope. Nope, that's just the image directly, I think. All right, great. And then this was 10 seconds. So I just said do what you like for 10 seconds. So it'll zoom in, but where I've got longer time now, it's probably going to do something else. It's zooming lower and then coming up, slightly putting the character to the left. Okay, fun. So I always have these just in case. And now I've told it, hey, the camera zooms slowly into face. Let's see what happens. So it was quicker than the one that they generated by themselves because it was 5 seconds long, but gave me exactly what I asked for. Now this one, I've said zooms into face and the man smiles. So I've given it a little bit more instruction. Let's see if the character smiles. Yeah, the man's smiling, and we zoom in to his face. Brilliant. Look how good this model is. It's so fantastic. All right, and then this one is I have said the man zooms in. We zoom in using the camera zoom, and the man smiles. Let's play this. Nice. That was way more stylized. Has a little talk at the end. Okay. Really nice, aren't they? Now, let me show you the comparison. If I go back to prompt, and then I'm going to add an image for the last image right here. Now, if I move this over to show you, right now I've got the first image, the original one we had, and a last image. Inside ML, I just said man puts his head down, his hands move slightly. So what we'll find, if I just run this without any prompting, is that the AI model has to get from here to here. Sometimes there's some strange iterations and some nothing changes till the last second and it flips to this image. You just keep regenerating, but I'm not going to tell it how to do it, and it's going to move his hands slightly and things. So let's just generate that for 5 seconds and see how the model does. Generated. Let's see what this model did to get from one image to the next. So the camera's barely moving. The man puts his hands up, puts his hands down, and ends. That's fantastic. Let me make that bigger for you. So we can see he goes here, tilts his head back, moves his hands apart to his head, a little bit of morphing in the hands, and then back to that final image that we have. If we pause on the final image here, that's the one we told it to finish with. Here's the one we told it to start with, and that's how it gets from one to the next. Brilliant. Now, of course, if I want to, let's take another one of these here. So this was the 5-second clip where I zoom in, it zooms in like this into his face. Now I can go extend like we showed you. Let's do extend, and it's going to extend another 8 seconds, you see down here, but I can give it a prompt. I can just say extend. Let's compare these. Let's just extend 8 seconds and see what it does. Now let's prompt camera moves up to picture frame. A little bit complicated for it. It has to understand what a picture frame is and that there's one here, and the camera moves up to picture frame. Let's extend that for 8 seconds and let's compare what the model did without any prompting and then with my specific prompt that I've asked it for. Okay, extending 8 seconds, now 15 in total. So actually a little bit more than 8 seconds added there. Let's play with this. So we zoom in, we're getting to 5 seconds. So this is now all an extension. It keeps going into his face, closer, closer, and closer. We've got an extreme zoom in here. Well, that's because I selected the one that had a zoom lens, so it's going along with that. Not a problem. Let's see what happens when I gave it some instruction here. All right, let's play the model. The first 5 seconds here, and now I want the camera to come up to the picture frame. Here it goes, up, 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 up to the picture frame. Perfect, exactly what I asked it. Now the pictures are not the same at the start and the end, of course, it's morphed that, but we can keep working and generate and play with that. But isn't that fantastic? It did exactly what I wanted. Let's go up to another model because I want to show you, let's do one where they zoomed in nicely. The first one they generated was, I'm going to go lip sync. The first thing it does is it detects the face, takes up to 20 seconds, no time at all. And then I can either upload an audio file, record an audio file, or do text to speech. So it's good for me to record the audio, I think. If I just test that, let's do it right now. And don't worry about the quality of your model for this because it should just amplify it slightly and make it better. Let's record audio. Hello and welcome to the course. I really think you're going to love it here. Stop. So now I can play and test this out. Let's listen. Hello and welcome to the course. I really think you're going to love it here. Let's use this. Okay, and let's generate lip sync. Now, if you were using, do you remember back when we did looking at 11 labs and things and we were making speech inside there, or some great ones in Filmora, you could be making your clip inside there for your voiceover and you could be bringing that in. You just upload as opposed to, here, let me show you. You go upload audio file and then just select it, drag and drop it into here, and then you could sync that up also. Or whilst you're recording inside here, I could choose any one of these voices. If I were going to say, let's compare these actually, shall we? So let's go, hello, welcome to the course. I think you're going to love it here. And let's now choose a voice here. Maybe Katie won't suit him, but Noah.
We can't change the inevitable, but we can change how we respond.
Okay.
Okay, I'm ready to head off on an amazing...
Well, I certainly appreciate you stopping by.
Let's use Frank, okay?
Well,
and I could generate the lip sync while that's happening. Oh, I've just seen this happens occasionally, not always actually, maybe one time every session if I'm working on a big session. An unexpected error has occurred. Your credits, if you had them, but I'm unlimited, have been refunded. If this happens, then you can just regenerate that again. Hello and welcome to the course. I think you're going to love it here. So while that's regenerating, it's finished the one here that we made with the voice that we had chosen inside here. I have another lecture in a couple of lectures time about lip syncing where I go into a bit more depth with this. And I have some lectures later in this section where I use different tools for lip syncing because I think there's a couple of different tools that are slightly better than Runway for lip syncing. But I'm going to use 11 labs in a couple of lectures time for this more professional way to do lip syncing. But let's watch this.
hello, welcome to the course. I think you're going to love it here.
Let's open that up.
I think you're going to love it here.
Not too bad, eh?
Welcome to the course. I think you're going to love it here. Hello, welcome to the course. I think...
Okay, great. Let's wait for my version that we made with my voice on here. Let's compare that now then to me speaking. Hello and welcome to the course. I think you're going to love it. Hello and welcome to the... I think you're going to love it here. So you'll see that my voice part was 6 seconds long, I think, on a 5-second clip. So what it does is it hits here and comes back out. If I wanted to, I could extend that clip forward first, way before I start talking. So that was everything. I'm going to do, like I said, a much better version of lip syncing in a couple of lectures time. I want to show you another thing. I can give you an example actually here for a video that I did. Now here is a music video right there. And you see this scene here. All I had was a still image of this. And I wanted it to pan over to a TV for us to zoom into. Now I could have had an image here and then this image and told it to get to it, but would it have known what to do? The best way to have this, if you want to extend images like that, is if I take an image like, let's take this actually, let's remove that last image. Now if I take this first image and I tell it to just pan, let's go with the camera model first. Let's say I want to put this to 0. I don't want it to zoom. I want it to go horizontally this way and I want it to turn slightly like this. And I'm going to say pan right to reveal TV television. So it has a lot in the prompts right here. And let's generate, that's 10 seconds long. Let's generate that and see what it does. And then what you can do is you can just keep generating and generating until you got it going as far enough to the right as you need it to. That's done. Let me make this bigger and show you that. So it should go round to the right hand side to reveal a TV. There it is on the wall. Okay, great. Now what I would do, what if I wanted to zoom into that TV and put something on there? Let's extend that clip and let's tell it to zoom into TV, television. And let's extend that 8 seconds. And let's watch that generation there then. Comes around, slight changing in the face. We can keep generating and playing with that. We see TV, and then I want it to zoom into the TV. Oh, it's missing, and I think I know the reason why. And sometimes you can just change to another TV. You can just have a conflicting command because we previously put this on. Let me show you. If I go to camera, I've still got this on here, got this on here. So let's put those to 0. Nothing else there. Okay, let's go back to this. Let's extend, zoom in to TV, television on the wall. And let's extend that and try again. You'll find quite often something like that. If it's not working, one of two things. The AI model doesn't understand, you need to keep going and going. Or it's human error. Your prompt was bad. I still had something selected from a previous generation. Something wasn't quite working. So sometimes it's human error. And that's frustrating because you can't work it out and you have to go back. Like when we were generating images and you've still got style or image selected and you're wondering why it's generating an image in a certain way. Well, you have to deselect or select those to make that happen. Okay, let's see if this generation was any better. Zoom, pan around. We see TV and I want it to zoom into the TV. Keep going. No, missed it. Onto another TV it's generated. Now it might be because if I look at this generation, you see it goes slightly past the TV. We're still panning over, but I'm determined to get this right. So let's keep playing. Let's go this shot and First, I'm going to set up the zoom in here and I'm going to do that with extend zoom into TV on wall, television. Extend. Last time I'm trying and then we'll stop because you would normally, when you're generating this, would generate. You're never going to get a video first time that you're happy with. The same as you saw when we're doing images and we would generate 4 images at a time, sometimes 12, 16 images at a time. Trouble with video, it takes slightly longer to generate each iteration, so it's frustrating, but that's just the name of the game. That's what it's like being an AI video creator. You're going to want to generate multiple. I've actually just taken away the prompt right here, so I just have the actions that I put previously, although that shouldn't be making a difference because text prompt is selected and I have that generating there. So we'll test these final two. Okay, next try with the text prompt. Let's have a play. We pan around, reveal TV. Come on, AI. And it's just going to create another television, isn't it? It's too confused that I don't... Oh, we're going in. We're zooming in. We did it. We zoomed into the TV. Goes past it, teases, and then boom, straight in. You could regenerate that and it might not do this bit where it goes past it, but it understood. It zooms into the TV. Nice. Then I could extend again and go right in, or this is close enough now that when I come to edit in my software, I would just make that full screen. So we go from this scene into... boom, straight through into the TV. Let's see what happened when I didn't give it any prompting. Pans around. Sees the TV. Are you going to do it? Are you going to do it? And that one missed it. So it works more... changed into a TV. It works better when I gave it the prompting. I made sure that I had camera selected, although I'm using text prompt into zoom, and went straight in. There's how you combine these tools. Now you can make anything you want. I can pretty much tell that camera to go anywhere around the room I want. And even when something doesn't exist, reveal a TV, reveal a plant pot, reveal another person, whatever it is. I can now pretty much do anything I want using image to video and all the tools inside this. Just to compare this, go on to some advanced lip syncing and something called Act 1, which I've mentioned before, which is going to be a game changer with AI. So another tool I get asked about isn't Well, I do get asked sometimes about text to video, not even available anymore inside Runway, and other models we'll look at later like Luma, just not zero control over everything. So if I come over to all the tools, you can do text to image still, obviously, and we use that a lot ourselves in other platforms like Midjourney, but also video to video, which is Gen 1. So if I go video here, all I have to do is I can select a video. Let's select the video that we got from our last lecture. Now, only the first 15 seconds or whatever length you upload to, they say it's going to increase that limit soon. That's good. Let me close this blue bar. So now it puts my video that we created last time. Let's remind ourselves of this. Just 5 seconds, zooming into this guy. Okay, now I need to give it a style reference. So I could upload an image. For example, if I had an image of Disney Pixar, something I'd generated in a completely different style. There's also pretext and text prompt. So presets, if I come into here, I could change this to any one of these: space, metal, storyboard. Oh, these are cool. Pet, digital. So I could change it to any one of these. I can also do a text prompt and say, change this into Pixar style, Disney Pixar or anime or something. I like to use a preset. So let's go with Android for this. Okay, and then it asks for my style strength. This is basically the style reference up here. How much strength do you want to give it? If I move that all the way up here, then we'll go with that. And I can also do free previews. That'll give me a few preview images for what this might look like along the bottom here. Now these are handy, somewhat of a time saver, but you have to wait for these to generate first. But also if you're limited on the number of credits that you have, then that's also great because it's less of a way to use more credits. But I could also have a little look at any of these and go, wow, I like this one, let's generate that. So it's a way to get a preview before, if you just click generate, it would generate one, but I can get a preview and you can look at this style. Pretty cool. While this is generating, let me just go back in here and show you underneath these presets I did before, or text. Let's do image to compare, and I can upload my own image, and I can just choose this image I'm uploading right there of a Disney Pixar character, just to give it a reference for that kind of 3D Pixar render kind of animation that they're famous for. Okay, and here it is. I'm going my style strength, just be up high. Let's get some free previews. Great, so let's generate this one, and now while that's happening, this one has finished right here in this style that I chose. Let's have a little look at that. You can see that it's definitely slightly more pixelated, the face warped out completely there from beginning to end. I mean, it comes in, I could use the shot from like here, from here, and I could extend it and just start my shot here if I wanted to. It's a cool different style, and you can of course use any of the styles that you wanted to. It's just a great way to take an existing video that you have and quickly change the style if you are making a whole video in a certain style. Or I've seen people use this to upload their image. If you had a certain color of image, like say the Godfather movies are definitely yellow skewed, or Terminator is slightly blue hued, like we've seen before, you could upload an image that's say blue hued, sepia, or whatever you want, and use that as a style guide to change your existing video over to that without having to grade it inside your editing software. However, it will be better if you were doing that way just for color and style to do it inside your editing software for sure. But you can change it to a nice illustration, get some anime style going on, or here I've used my own reference for that Pixar style. Got a lot of the neon lights coming through here, but let's see what that comes out like. This is finished generating. Let's have a look at this with the style reference that I chose for it. Let's zoom in and just see how much morphing we have. Slightly less for sure, but it's just not clean though, is it? Video to video is not my favorite, only if perhaps I'm using something like a preset for illustration, because it can clearly define the lines, and also it's best to use, I find, just slightly a real video and then change it to illustration as opposed to an AI generated where the lines are already slightly soft. But I do want to show you video to video because you can always find a use case for needing this. Now let me show you next the better version for lip syncing, the proper flow to use it for inside here, and then we'll get on and I'll show you Act 1, which is a game changer inside Runway. So let me quickly run through the lip sync process, the more professional, better way that I suggest you do it for this course. Now we've already seen I have an image here that I made inside Midjourney, and then I've put it in here and I've made a 10-second clip of this angry looking bouncer kind of fella here. So I can play that and it looks like that. Just zooms right into his angry face. So I could go right here, I could go into lip sync, it'll check for the face, and then once again, if you check back 2 lectures ago after the settings when I had the making images, I touched on this and how to do it inside here. I could either type and then choose a voice from here, or I could record my own and use my own voice. But there's a slightly better way to get better voices and a better process that I would use, which would be uploading an audio file. So do you remember 11 Labs where we were talking earlier when we did the AI audio section and I went through all of these different ways to generate speech? Go and look at that. It's a really good section. The best way is Voice Changer, where I can now record my own voice and select the voice that you want. For example, I'm going for this funny character called Freddy Confetti.
Are you ready to learn about the world with Freddy Confetti?
I'm going to put that voice on this guy. So I would go into a Voice Changer and I would record my own audio. It doesn't matter if you've got a nice microphone or you're just talking into laptop, it will automatically make the audio sound really nice and clean. I'm going to record audio and then we're going to put it onto this. I do less than a 10-second clip. So I'll just record me now. Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye. So I can now play that back. Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye. Now let's generate the speech in the voice of Freddy Confetti. Once again.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
All right, let me turn up the stability slightly and the similarity up to 95.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye. Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
Okay, I'm going to download, I'm going to use that. So we come back over into Midjourney. I'm going to go upload audio file, drag and drop the audio file there. If I just go to my downloads, let's drag that on. You can play to test to see if that's the right one.
Hello and...
Yeah, that's it. Let's generate the lip sync. And here's an issue that sometimes you come across inside Runway, that we have a section later. I'm going to go through some more tools after, and then there's actually a lip sync section. There's some other tools slightly better for lip sync, although I like to keep things inside Runway. But if the image changes too much, this happens. Not a problem. What I'm going to go do is go back to video generation, and I'm going to say no movement, camera doesn't move, which is a shame because that's somewhat of a limitation. That if there's too much movement, it skews where the mouth is and doesn't want to give a bad generation, basically. So let's do this and try and get less movement and do the exact same thing again. If you do need movement in your shot, in your video, then later in about 12 lectures time or so, I'll have a section on specifically lip syncing with some different tools like Pico and things, and you can definitely go to work on there, and the lip syncs are really good. But this is still probably my favorite model because it keeps everything together inside and it's good enough. I rarely need much lip sync and movement. We did see that when we generated the video inside here and then we had that movement with that guy on the previous shot that we did 2 lectures ago, it worked and there was movement. It's just that this one happens to have lighting here, and it really throws off the model. Anyway, I'm really glad that happened because the more problems and issues we have whilst I'm generating it, you can see how I deal with it and reasoning. If it just happened to you and you hadn't seen this before, then you might not fully understand. So now we've got this shot where there's very little movement, like I said, just hunches over a bit more scary. Okay, now let's lip sync that. And in exactly the same way, I'm just gonna upload that Freddy Confetti voiceover and see what it's like with our butch guy. All right, this one has successfully generated because of the less movement. Let's take a little look and listen.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
So
Hello,
the voice is definitely synced but you can see that what happens is you often get morphing around the mouth. He only has a very small mouth and in darkness, so it looks like...
Welcome to the course. It's so nice to...
I mean, it passes, and if it's a further away shot, then fine. But lip sync is probably, and I put it in the limitations earlier in the course, right at the beginning, one of the definite limitations when you've got a realistic image. If this was animated and you had an animated Pixar style, so much easier, almost flawless, in fact, inside a lot of AI tools, but Runway especially. So for realism, somewhat limited still. But in a few lectures' time, I will do 3 tools in one. I think I will have one lecture where we should probably, to keep it fair, use this image and another one and compare them all side by side for lip syncing especially. Now I want to show you Act 1 because I think it's going to be a game changer in AI. The last main piece inside here, inside Act 1, which I do talk about slightly a little bit here inside aivideo.school/AI video tools to explain it in text if you want to, but I will show you here what happens. We go into AI video generation. Is called generative session, just like we have before in here, and inside our sessions on the side, this time choose Act 1. Now I've shown you this previously, touched on it, but I haven't shown you it at work. So what you basically do is you start a recording, like a recording of yourself talking at this desk. Then I choose how I want this to look and I run it. And it really takes real note of your facial expressions and the way you're saying things. So I could start recording like this. If I just have myself, see I'm here in my office, just at my desk chair, nothing special, no special lighting or anything like that. If I hit record, hey, shh, welcome to the course. It's gonna be amazing. So I purposely did quite an animated setup right there, you see. So I'll use that. And the reason I was quite animated is because I want to show you how the facial expressions really get taken in here. So I can choose any one of these characters if I go along here, or I can upload my own. So if we created our own, let me actually do that quickly. In the style of Disney Pixar, generate a man aged 35 outside his house, medium shot, center of image. So it will always be slightly better if you're using a pre-existing model, of course, but we can't just have everyone's video made of these dozen or so. So let's upload ours. Now I've given the AI model somewhat of a challenge here because the image that we've taken is looking slightly over to the left hand side. Let me show you that. Looking over here, left. So I'm using all my energy in my animation, in my animated video that you saw me create. I'm looking at camera. So let's see what happens here. Let's see if the AI is intelligent enough to do that, or we need to make this character face forward. Here we go. We were unable to find a face in your image. Select an image with a clear face and try again. All right, let's try again. Okay, now this character still facing slightly on the skewed left, a nice 45-degree, but facing more and it's able to recognize mouth. So let's generate that. Finish generating, let's take a look. Wait, just for reference, do you remember how animated my face was? Hey, welcome to the course. It's gonna be amazing. Okay, let's have a listen, watch. Hey, welcome to the course. It's gonna be amazing. Wow, look at that. How fantastic that is to be able to have the same head movements, and you see eye expression, my eyebrows up and then my head back and laughing, everything. This is a game changer because you're able to perform somewhat yourself to get your exact animation. You've seen as we are doing things like we are trying to get the character to look left, look right and do things. Instead, I can just show AI with my own movements, sat here at my desk, exactly what it is I need. I could then download this. I could take the audio file. I could go back into something like 11 Labs and I could change the voice on it. Just swap over in voice changer and put my own voice that I want for, say, I don't know, this voice.
Are you ready to learn about the world?
I can just go voice changer, upload this if you've downloaded it and have it as an audio file and swap them over in your editor. Absolutely fantastic. Let me just try one more in a photorealistic style. Let's do this guy right here. Let's generate that. And that has generated, I'm now this young handsome fella. Let's watch it. Remember my animation we had before?
Hey,
Okay, let's watch him.
hey, shh. Welcome to the course. It's gonna be amazing.
Nice. Really good. I feel like the lip sync is better when you're using Act 1 than it is when you upload and do lip sync inside here. Perhaps this is the best way to do it. So that was Act 1, which you can see is going to be a game changer. You can make whole movies and animation if you made a few characters inside here and then you're acting for both of them and then just change the voices with something like 11 Labs. You could easily make your own animation cartoon or realism. You can use whatever style that you like. Let me go on. Now I've shown you the big one here, which was Runway, the main one I like to use and we're going to be using for the course. Let me show you a whole bunch of other AI video tools out there. There are lots. I don't think quite as competitive as Runway. It's why I've spent the most time on this. I'll show you the next 10 or so videos will be an overview of different AI models. Perhaps you'll like them better, different AI video tools. And then I'll show you some lip syncing and then we'll go into the course project task and you'll see me actually make the video we've been working on before I send that to Film Festival. Now I have an update for you here. This is one of these update lectures that I said I'm going to keep doing every single week, month or so when something happens and changes significant enough to warrant one with a tool. And I have one here with Runway. So I think in response to Sora, which you're getting to next, Runway has released, remember I showed you a feature where you can add the first and last. Well, now you can add 3. I'll show you in a moment. I'll go through this step by step. And I think it's in response to Sora releasing Storyboard, which you're going to get to in the next section. You'll see how you can dictate almost a whole sequence with different visuals or text inside Sora, which is exciting. So I think they have a response to that. Now, when and why you would and shouldn't use this, I think. I'm not a fan, and I'll show you why. We'll do this together live. I'm never a fan of doing these first and last and storyboards, but you might be. So what I've done here is I've created, let me go through here in Runway, so in Midjourney, I've got some different images that I have. So the first thing I wanted was a man walks down the road in the distance. So I'm going to have this image. I upgraded that, upscaled that. Then I got a little bit further out using the edit tool. All I did was use the edit and done this just like we saw, found the center for that sweet spot. Just like you saw us do in the image section. And then I did it one more time, got even further away. 1, 2, 3. They're my 3 shots. So I'm going to add those right here and just drag them into Runway. So now that's uploaded and that's inside here. We can see just where we had first and last before. We now have 1, 2, 3. They're called adding keyframes, which if you're an editor, you'll understand the relevance of keyframe. Just a point marker within the 5 seconds that I've told it. So I can either just hover over and I can move this across, then I can move this either way and I can move it to the end, for example, or I could put this back and have this at the start. And then if I just click this, that's where I'm going to add my next image. Second image done. So we've got first, second. Now let's add a third. So all 3 of those are in. 1, 2, 3. That's done. Let's just hit generate without having any text prompt with it. Okay, let's just hit generate. Okay, that's finished. I haven't even watched it yet. I'm going to watch it with you. What I expect it to do is the camera to zoom from there to there to there with the man walking and the camera move faster. I didn't give it any text prompt. So let's see what it does. Exactly that, exactly what I thought. It fluidly moves from one to the next. Great, but you might be asking yourself, well, you can just do that if you just tell it to zoom out, right? And I think correct. Before I get and test that, let's just go shaky camera now. Let's give it a text prompt and just see what it does with that. At the same time, I'm going to delete this and delete the third one. Just have the third one, and I'm going to tell it to zoom out. And I'm going to hit generate and just see if it replicates pretty much what we got with our first result right here. Okay, this was the one with the 3 images and the prompt shaky camera. Let's play that. Oh, that's a weird feeling. One, the guy's skipping, it's not great, but there's a weird warp feeling. I mean, it could be cool if you're doing something about someone's walking to the desert on drugs or something, and that's the kind of feel you're going for. This one, I just had the first image and I told it to zoom out. Let's see what happens. Oh, it follows the man walking, tracking. It does zoom backwards, but it didn't do it as much. But we could, of course, if I went into camera and had this, I could just tell it to, if I go the zoom and tell it to zoom out, we could generate and see what that does. Here's the result of using camera and moving the zoom. A much slower, calmer track with it. So I could be prompting it to zoom out far, zoom out a lot. But what this is good for is if I definitely want it to be a really far out zoom, like I've shown it all the way from my first image here to here, within 5 seconds to go that far out. It's a surefire way to get that done perfectly, and we can see that it does do that on that very first one that we had here. It does that amazingly. So what happens if I took different images now? What if I had different images where something appears? So what I've done here is I generated mermaid, this one right here. Then I zoomed out slightly and have the yellow fish appear, and then I have a lot of yellow fish appear right there. So I've got this to this and then to this. So now the AI tool has to understand that lots of fish come in, but also I'm putting it to the test because in the image, the mermaid doesn't move at all. It's going to be loads of movement around her and her image stays the same. The background moves slightly. So is her hair going to move in the water at all? Is she going to move? Let's put it to the test, okay? So in exactly the same way, I'm going to upload those 3 images. Now let's see this going from this image to this to this. So we see the background is the same pretty much here. That's moved. Then this and this one, it's gone, and the background ever so slightly has actually changed. Let's see what it does there. And there's a lot more fish involved, but she barely moves from that shot to that shot, doesn't move at all. Let's see how AI does to make that realistic. Just finished generating. I haven't hit play yet. Let's watch it together now. So moves in that first shot to the second one, and then the last one. More do appear, but watch what happens here. You see that bit of seaweed or whatever it was in the background right here, that becomes a fish, and this hovers a little bit, and there's more, it's created more in the background. I just don't think any of that's in that final shot there. I think some of those rocks become fish, look, and they move in. But it was an extremely difficult ask, and her hair does move slightly. You see, I said in the last shot here, it's got some like seaweed, rock, an enemy of some kind. Here it has to move across. AI's intelligently gone, we need to move something in there. Let's move that there. Okay, so it has done that, not extremely realistically, but I gave it a tall order with such poor images. I think what I would use it for is doing things like the zoom out. If I have an exact amount, if I want to use camera movement on a shot, then I'm more of a fan of using this 1, 2, 3 frames than I am using camera to be able to tell it to go across, go left, go right. I like that. But if it's as far as movement, like, look, if I just take, I don't know, this image right here, let me just move that across, let me delete that, and let me generate this. Just generated now. If I hit play, you're going to see, let's have a look at this. Oh, it decided to zoom around. She's got a funny leg. I love it when AI messes up like that. Let's give it just that one image, and let's say camera static, and see what happens with everything around her. Let's hit generate. Just finishing generating now. Okay, let's have a little hit play with that. The camera I said to be static, didn't even listen. Did exactly the same thing again. Let's have a zoom into face. Just give it that. I'd make sure there's nothing on camera. Oh, I get it. So remember I said that sometimes when I'm playing with things, you're going to have mistakes happen. I've got still from where we were making this zoom out here. Now I've got one image in here. I've still got the zoom out set up there. Let's put that to 0 right now. Oh, I always do that. The same as when I always leave this on 5 or 10. Okay, now I'm not going to give it any prompting. It's got nothing on camera. Let's just hit generate now. I quite like making mistakes like that. You'll do it a million times, either on here or in Mid-Journey, when you've left something on, some style or raw or whatever you've left on, and you're going, why is it doing this? Why? If the AI model is repeatedly doing something you haven't asked it to, and it's doing it similarly each time, then usually that means that there's something you've left on, some setting. So go back and check that. Now let's have a little look at this. Oh, that's quite nice. So I would obviously rework that there because it looks like she comes out of her tail skin there and in a pair of swimmers. That's a bit strange. But it's the fish are moving beautifully. These look really good where they turn like this, and her hair is moving like water much better. And she does a great look across. Maybe I would just put in, let's have a look. What if I just put mermaid, just to see if it understands she is a mermaid. And let me see that, because it might not strip her off from her tail right there. Let's have a little look. Okay, just finishing generating. Yep, let's have a look. It thinks that's her leg from the image because her hand here, oh, that's a rock she was on or something. It's also skin colored. Okay, so if I ignore that, if I scroll down and just make you ignore that, and we were to change the shot, look at the hair, quite nice, the movement. She doesn't move her head then, like this one. If I take away again the bottom here, so we ignore that, her eyes, see her head moves. That's a really nice shot. Okay, so summary from this update lesson about using these 1, 2, 3, and you're going to see me in storyboard in the next section. I'm not a massive fan. I'm more of a fan of using tools if you need to in camera, prompting and then extending the video like I've shown you, extending and having movement, than I am to use different keyframes. But it does have its merits and you can see where to use it. So please go ahead and play with it, and hope you enjoyed this update lecture. I will update you again probably in a couple of weeks with another tool update, seeing as this is forever changing. I'll see you on the next lecture. So, probably for a lot of you, the lectures you've been waiting for, alongside Runway as one of the most amazing AI video generation tools, there's also Sora, which is by OpenAI. You can tell by the logo here, the same as ChatGPT and DALL-E, which we've explored in this course. So, over the next handful of lectures, we are going to be looking at Sora. Now, to access this, it is Sora.com, and you can log in with your ChatGPT login, Gmail, etc. If it is busy, sometimes you can get a notification come up saying that it's not accepting people right now, it's too busy. Just wait the next day or something, you'll probably be able to gain access. If you go over to our site, there is the link once again. And I need to remind you that if we go back to the aivideo.school/AI prompting, if I scroll down, there's AI image generation tools and Sora. There's a whole section here about prompting for Sora, because yes, you're going to notice in a minute, Sora has text to video, which I say never do, but if you're going to do it, it's amazing in Sora, text to video and image to video also. So prompting is perhaps somewhat more important because you can prompt almost like you are generating an image. So some of the same techniques that we've used inside of Mid-Journey, you can see you need to say lots of things like about the characters, the settings, mood, style, which you wouldn't have to do when we used Runway and we were importing image and doing image to video. And you wouldn't with image to video also. But get access to Sora, come on over, you'll come across a board that looks just like this. You'll probably end up over here on the right, you see featured. This is a bit like in Mid-Journey, the Explore, and you can see all the amazing videos that are being featured here by Sora. I like this one. This looks cool. Okay, and there's some like clay motion stuff, and I can see the prompt right there. So if I go to any of these, I can come back out. I wanted to look at this one. Tiny antlers, fluffy creature, round belly, spinning motion. Okay, like a whole made up animal, and the camera motion looks great, and that fur looks incredible. I'm going to give you the answer right here. Sora is incredible. It is at least as good as Run, which I use predominantly because you're going to see some of the drawbacks with this, which aren't in its creative ability. The creative ability with Sora is probably the best, I would say the best on the market, and will probably remain that way. I think it is absolutely outstanding. It's really good. Okay, so feature paid, I'm getting carried away now. And you can go to recent, you can see recent generations, which are not featured by Sora. They haven't been selected. They are completely random, and you can see lots of different stuff on here. The good thing about both of these, in the featured and the recent, is that if you like something, like I really like this one of a sheep right here, okay, well, I can save it right there. I can come back out, and if I saved it, it's now here in my saved. So you can go along and you can just start storing up things you like, and then you can remember what prompts they're using. You can see this is a very generalized prompt, close up of a sheep eating grass, and it's done this with multiple different shots and cuts, all this stuff, which is amazing. It's really, really great. It's definitely not its ability to generate videos you're going to see. The downside is right now what I think is their price. Let me show you. So I have a ChatGPT Plus that's $20 a month, which allows me up to 50 videos generation, 1,000 credits, up to this resolution, because you can actually do 1080. I'll show you. And then if I do want to have up to 500 videos, 10,000 credits, unlimited relaxed videos, if I was doing it slower, we saw that in other tools, and then up to the highest resolution, it's $200 a month. So no, it's not for everybody. If you're going to do this full time and 500 videos is enough, if you're going to do this full time, then absolutely. So it's catered more towards the professional user or companies as opposed to the general user. And perhaps if you're just getting into this, if you're a beginner on the course, you might want to go with Runway first. If you really get into this, then you can upgrade to Sora, or test it out for a month, or use this, have the $20 a month and limited, and go between the two plans. That's the biggest drawback with Sora right now. It's the cost for their subscription. But it is really good. Let me show you. So to generate these, really simply, right down the bottom here, you'll see is the generation and prompting bar and tool. So here's where you could type in your prompt, and we can go through some of these, I guess. Let me just do, now I've seen that sheep eating grass, kind of got me in the mood for something like an animal. So let's do a cute puppy eating his toy ball. Okay, and let's prompt that. Now, that was not a very good prompt. It's not a very detailed prompt, and I'm giving Sora a lot of license here to make up what it thinks that I want. Once again, over on the prompting, here's how I've broken it down into 5 points, what I think makes the best prompting for Sora, but you will get something with everything. So let's go over to all videos over here, and I can see it's generating right now. Whilst we wait for that, let me show you some of these other tools at the bottom here. If I go to plus, this is where, of course, I can upload an image or choose from my library. So we'll get into that after. I'm going to show you text to video, like I've just shown you there. We do a lecture after this on text to video and image to video separately. So next right here are styles. So there's lots of things like balloon world, film noir, stop motion. I can go to manage also, and we can have a look at lots what these mean. I can also add my own, which is pretty good, my own preset. So if I wanted to have one called, let's call it Pixar, and I could describe what it is, what it looks like, etc. I could have Pixar style in my prompting. So if you are doing your own project and everything was to be the similar style, maybe you wanted a Pixar style animation or a certain look and feel, you could set up your own preset right here, and then everything is going to be created to that preset, which is really good. And then you can also do 480, 720, and even 1080p, as you saw in our plans that we have at the start. That's available should you go on the $200 a month plan. 1080p, amazing. Obviously, it takes longer, as it says here, to generate, but it's 1080. Then on the next, we've got the duration, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and 20. This depends on your plan and also on the quality that you have. If you had 1080, then you cannot do a 20-second generation. It will be limited like that. Next one is the number of variations you're having. See, I've got it set on 2, 1, or 4. A bit like when we were playing with image in Midjourney. You can choose the number of generations that you want per time you add video prompting. Now, there's also storyboard, which is a really nice feature. You're going to love this for creating AI video, but I'm going to have a lecture on that in a couple time. I think it warrants its own lecture for sure. Now let's take a quick look at these videos. If I come up here and I just scroll left to right, it's going to start playing this. Now he's not eating his ball, he's playing with his ball, trying to bite it for sure, but that's okay. Let's have a look at this. Okay, slow motion. Look at the ripples in his curl with fur. That is really nice. Normal number of fingers, slightly slow motion for sure. There's also another puppy in the background I see there, a teddy looks like. Let's have a look at this next one. Oh, it made a... See, Sora is not perfect. No generations are perfect. And if you're doing text to video, then it's definitely less perfect than if you did image to video. But it just made up a second ball right there, right now. But this fur does look incredible. His movement is great, just like a real dog would be. That's incredible movement. So it is good, but nothing's flawless, and you would have multiple generations of that. That's everything for the layout. I haven't generated anything apart from this just quickly to show you, but with a proper prompting, we'll do that in the next lectures because yes, we've got text to video I want to show you and image to video with Sora. I'll just show you some things I was doing the other day when I was testing. Do you remember we had that drone shot and I wanted to see what Sora would do with it? So this one doesn't move, but the drone does wobble very much like a drone would do. And this one, the shot moves with it, focusing on that drone as the camera goes across. Very realistic, really nice, and no warping on here. And then a man walks through New York City. I think that was the prompt. A man in his 40s wearing a suit walking through New York City. We follow him from behind. So you can see, yes, very nice. And this one's walking straight down the middle of the street through a market it's made up. But look at his hands walking side to side and his footsteps. Oh, a little jump there, so not perfect, but really close. Let me look at the legs on the one on the left. Walk, a tiny jump there. Really good. This is from text to video, which is always incredible to me. All right, so that's the layout. There are other small things like here's your favorites, like I mentioned. Here's your upload. So when I uploaded these images, I uploaded this one because I want to test myself, the drone shot and stuff, folders and everything. You can also filter when you're looking for things. Like if I was in all videos here, I could filter by what it is I'm searching for. And that's pretty much the whole layout of Sora. So now you're on Sora, you're in there, you understand the layout, where things are, possibilities. Let's do a real quick lesson on some prompting, things you have to think about. That'll be a minute maximum, but just so you have it. And then let's do some generation, shall we? We'll do it with text to video, and we'll do a few shots that I'll compare directly to image to video, and we'll look at these side by side and see which results are better. This is exciting. Really exciting. This will just be a minute lecture or so, just so you're aware of this and some things you want to think about, because in the next 2 lectures, I'm going to prompt both with image and just text to video for both of them, and there's a slight difference needed and there's some discussion needed because it's Sora and we have those 2 options. Now over on aivideo.school/AI prompting, where we haven't been since the prompting section earlier in this course, if I scroll down to here, video tools, if I go under Sora, let me just draw your attention to this. So as I mentioned, Sora obviously gives you the option to do both text to video and image to video. With text to video, you need to think about some more details, obviously, like we did with AI image generation. But when you're doing image to video, then you don't need to because you're already giving it the information in image. So here's some key guidelines, these 5 points really when prompting. Some of them you will not need if you're doing image to video, but you will if you're doing text to video. So for text to video, remember to include essential, vital, descriptive elements, such as, so the characters, their appearance, their clothing, their age, features, personality even behind them, just like you were doing when we were generating images. Setting the environment with intricate details like the decor or the weather. Mood and style, define the atmosphere or artistic direction. We've done the whole section on styling here, so you're familiar with that. Camera movement, specify angles or techniques. Remember I had earlier in this section where we were talking about things like the lenses or the movement and things like that. And then shot type, is this a wide shot, a close-up? You obviously won't need to tell it the shot type perhaps if you're uploading an image. You won't need to tell it what the characters are wearing if you're uploading an image, but you will need all of these if you're doing text to video. So I've got some examples right here. And then there's also a balance to be had between brevity and detail. So if you give it less, like you saw me with the puppy example in the last lecture, it will just interpret how it wants to and add its own creative element to it. Sometimes that's amazing and you can get the most amazing results, things you didn't even think of. But give it a detailed prompt, you're going to get closer to what's already in your mind. If you have something that you know you want, then be more detailed. Now it's going to struggle, just like we did with Midjourney, trying to do something really abstract. For example, a dragon exploding into fireworks made of water. Now it has to understand what a firework is. The fireworks made of water, and the dragon is exploding into fireworks made of water. That's way out there. But you could keep trying and trying, but it's going to be very difficult. But a dragon flying over a moonlit forest is going to be far easier because it knows what a moonlit forest is. It knows what its scales are that are glistening. It knows what a dragon is, and you'll be able to put those things together because they're real. Now you can use, because it's a chat GPT and you can be both conversational, you can add emotional adjectives and things to this, like a tranquil lake, and it will respond to it. Whereas where we've used other models, I've said, just give it direction, tell it instructions as opposed to emotion or extraneous details. But that's okay with Sora. And once again, don't forget your cinematic language, camera angles, lens types, and technique, etc. If you're uploading image, you need it less. But obviously, if you're doing text to video, then you will do. And always add your style in here. I always tend to do this, even if with Sora, if I'm uploading an image, I still quite often mention whether it's black and white film noir or cyberpunk or something, because sometimes it adds its own stuff and cuts away and moves around. Sora is quite inventive by itself. So I just do that just to make sure that anything else it adds is also to that style. So if you need the styles, reminder, once again, it's over here on aivideo.school/styles. Now let's get in and play with Sora. Let's do some text to video. Now let's get into it. Let's go and play with Sora. I want to do both text to video and image to video to compare these side by side. And yes, you haven't seen me do text to video, and you won't see me in other tools that we're looking at here because it isn't good. If it exists on a platform, which some platforms have even removed it, it's not great, and it's not a great way to ever have consistency among shots and things. Sora is a bit of an exception here because it's actually quite good at text to video. But I'm still a fan of image to video for sure, and I'm going to show you why. So I think the best thing we can do right here inside Sora is I have a lecture right now showing you us prompting for, say, 4 or 5 images to tell us a bit of a story, different types of images. And then I'll do the same thing with images that I'm going to turn to video that I'll have created off platform on Midjourney. I think I'll probably use. So if I have us 5 shots, let's think about this. If I have an establishing shot of London and then do outside of an office in London, and then a woman at her desk in an office, and then a close-up of a woman's face, those 4 shots could tell us a story as if we're starting. We're in London. Oh, we're outside an office. This must be inside the office, this woman, and then a close-up of the woman. This story is about this woman. So I'm going to generate those 4 shots with text to video, and then we'll do the same thing when I've already have the images in the next lecture, and we can compare these side by side and have a look and see what's better. So I'm going to use over on aivideo.school AI prompting once again. I'm going to go back to here's how to prompt for Sora. I'm going to use the guide. I'm going to use these right here. I'm just going to copy this actually. I'm going to paste this in, and you can use this also, and I'm going to paste it in to remind myself what it is I want to do. So I'm going to fill this out. I don't need any characters in my first shot. Remove that. Setting. So here's what I've got, and I'll erase these bits. So the setting is the City of London, bright sunny day. Mood and style. I'm going to say it is hyper realistic. Camera movements. It is a drone shot over the city. Let's add that in. And then shot type. I don't need to on this one because I'm telling it it's a drone shot over the city. So I want my aspect ratio to be 16:9. I don't need to tell it any style. I'm telling it hyper realistic. Let's go for 720. I want to have myself 2 versions of this. Yeah, we do 2 versions, and 5 seconds is plenty for this. So let's generate that. Now that's in the queue. Whilst that's there, I'm going to generate the next shot. So my next one, outside an office in London, UK, bright sunny day. Remove that bit. Mood and style, it's hyper realistic. Camera movements, the camera is static. And then shot types, wide shot with the office in the center is what I want. Okay, let's generate that. Now my next shot does have a character in it. So I'm going to remove this. A woman in a red dress is sat at her desk in an office working. Setting, the office is modern, many desks and people, bright, open. Mood and style, hyper realistic. Let's remove that. Let's remove the setting. And then camera movements, there's a medium wide shot. See the woman clearly and slowly zoom towards her. That's quite a lot of detail. Let's remove that. And that also includes the shot type. So let's also add, I want to add in a red dress is sat at her desk. Oh no, that's probably all right. Okay, let's generate that. And the last shot I want to do, characters. Here we are, a woman in a red dress. I say worried. I'm not going to say scared because often in AI that gives you a really scared look. So I'm going to say worried because I'm going to have her still in her office. Okay. And then mood and style, still hyper realistic. Okay. The camera movements slow zoom into her. And then the shot that I want is an extreme close up of the woman's face. So I'm going to tell it that because I want to see a bit of an expression and worried on her face. Let's generate that. So they have all now generated. Let's take a look at these, okay? And if I, once again, just put my scroller across, you can see these no problem, but I'll make them bigger also. Let's have a look at this one. Okay, yeah, the traffic seems to go a little quick and there is some morphing right here I'm disappointed about. But overall, if you're not looking at that bit, the rest of it looks good. These really look like London buildings. There's the Shard. There's the London Eye, which is normally next to the river in Westminster. But let's not get too picky about this. That does look good. Let's have a look compared to the other one. This one more of a fisheye. The river splits, which the Thames doesn't do here. This close to Central. This bridge doesn't go anywhere. So that's not a great one. But I do like that movement with the fisheye lens. Let's go to the next one. This is an office. People are walking. They look a little bit quick. And there's a London bus right there. And let's have a look at this next one. This is a really nice camera movement. Where you're far away, these people just look like they're walking. It's fine. Nobody morphs into someone else from what I see there. Great. And this even put in this guy who just disappears in the corner. And these are the new London buses. They look just like this. This is really, really good. All right, and then we've got the woman in the office. This one's the nice shot, I think. A slow zoom into her. Got enough fingers? Yeah, is working. You'd probably cut like here anyway, but that's really nice. That's a great shot. Is the screen? No, I think it's okay. All right, and then this other one. This is actually a nicer movement. I think the person next to, opposite our lead, is balancing their laptop on nothing there, I think it is. But apart from that, and then I asked for this to be a close-up of a woman's. Oh, so that shot, I'd maybe use that bit here. You'll see this in Sora sometimes. When you create one shot, it just adds its own second parts in there. And you can use something called recut here, which is fine. We can do that later. I would just use this part of the shot. But let's have a look at the other one. Or instantly, quite a bit of morphing, a lot of movement. I mean, it was dramatic movement, really nice movement if you were a camera assistant there, but not great. So our story goes, if I edit this together in post, you can see our story goes, we are in London. We are outside this office block, and inside there is a woman who sat at her desk, and there's something about to happen and she's extremely worried about it. Okay, so you can see what it would look like if you were doing text to video inside Sora. Nice generations. I've only done 2 iterations of both of these. You'd obviously do more and more generations. We know from all the tools we're using, it takes more than this, especially in the image section. In the last one, you saw how many I was generating there. So that was text to video, but let's do image to video. To do a little bit of a spoiler here, let me just draw this on screen. What I've done is, and I'll show you again probably the next lecture, is I've used Midjourney to generate with exactly the same prompts. The City of London, bright sunny day, hyper-realistic drone shot over the city. And I've selected one from each of these. I've only let it generate once, except this shot because we didn't see anyone, but I don't think we did here. So in a very fair way, I've let it generate once. I download these, and then we're going to use that inside Sora for image to video next. Now on to image to video, which I think is going to be, as you know from Runway in the previous sections, it's going to be our main way to generate images because we want consistency across our story, etc. And I think they just generate a better video overall with the detail you're giving it. So we're going to compare these. We saw in the last lecture, we had this project here. We're setting up in London. We're outside this office. There's a woman at her desk and she's very concerned, although these two shots didn't go that well. So now, because we're going to do image to video, I've used the exact same prompts. You see, once again, if you click here and click on the prompt, you can see it here. I've taken those exact prompts and I put them into Midjourney and I've generated these images. So here's our first one: City of London, bright sunny day, hyper realistic drone shot over the city. And I chose this one to download. Here is outside an office in London, UK, bright, sunny day, hyper-realistic. Camera is static, wide shot with the office in the center. I chose this one. That's a nice London office. And then for the inside, we had a woman in a red dress sat at her desk in an office space. The office is modern, many desks and people, bright, open, hyper-realistic, medium wide shot of the woman clearly. I chose this one here. And then I wanted her looking worried. This looked like a computer game. This was definitely worried, but I chose this shot here. So these are all downloaded. So what I'm going to do inside Sora is I'm going to upload these right here. And the only direction I'm going to give them, if I go back to my prompting, I've already done my characters, already done my setting. It has my mood and style. What it doesn't have is my camera movement. So the only thing I'm going to give Sora is my camera movement. So if I push the plus button, I can go upload image or video. There is my first image I want to generate right here. Once again, I'm going to do it 5 seconds, 2 versions of this, which is in Runway, which is nice because in Runway we get one and have to regenerate. 2 versions of this, 16:9. Okay, let's do that. Now our next shot is outside the office right here. Now I didn't give that any direction last time. I've got 2 versions of it. I think because it's a high, wide establishing shot, it's going to give me movement over the city. If not, then I should have. But I think from when I've been playing with this before, it's going to give me movement and I want to give it that freedom. Here, I'm going to say very slow zoom in. That's all I'm going to say. 16:9. 9:20, 5 seconds, 2 variations, go. Our next one is the woman at the desk. And for that, I'm going to give instructions with a character. I'm going to say slow zoom into woman sat at her desk in red dress. Now, what I'm worried is Sora does love to make stuff up. So I'm hoping it's not going to make up another woman in a red dress and it registers that this is a woman in a red dress. Runway would. It definitely would. So I'm going to put this to the test. Once again, 16:9, 7:25 seconds, 2 versions, go. And the last one is our woman looking very worried. I'm going to say slow zoom into worried woman's face. I'm going to say that because it's probably going to add some more movement to her. What Sora does is obviously generates, it's such good with movement, a whole 3D character, and then it moves them. So I'm going to tell it it's a woman who's worried so that when they register this, they keep that expression on her within this shot. Let's upload that. Now I've uploaded all these images and here I'm going to show you a problem with Sora. Yes, we already went over the last one that you need a pro account at $200, and perhaps that solves the problem with this, but I'm not entirely convinced that it does. Now I've uploaded these 2 images, but currently with Sora, and I'll update this when it changes, there's an issue with a lot of things here with regards images with people. So yes, when I upload our shots to compare with people, so I'm not even going to be able to do a direct comparison shot for shot. You can see how nice these are, and you saw with text or video. But hey, it says error. There's people in this. If I double click this, it says you're not allowed to yet. Your account currently is not supporting creating videos with uploading media with people in it. Okay, fair enough. What if I had a pro subscription and paid $200 a month? Well, actually, a lot of people are saying they don't even get to use with people there, and it's only a select subset of people that are allowed to do it. Some people with a pro subscription are experiencing the same thing with Sora from yesterday. Now, Sora has not long launched, so it could be having the problem where it has too much information and is covering its back and doesn't let anyone generate images of people unless they're in this subset of people. Right now, I'm unable to generate, even with a pro plan, images of people, which is a huge setback, but that's obviously not going to be the case for everyone and on this platform at all for a long time, because that's a huge thing with AI video that people want. So by the time you watch this video, you're going to be able to generate with people, of course. Of course, you've seen we did it fine and flawlessly inside of Runway, and it was great. So yes, Sora is going to allow you to. And obviously this is Sora OpenAI, so let's ask ChatGPT themselves. I explained, hey, I've only got the basic package right here. If I upgrade, will I get access to be able to generate with people? And right now, as of today, like I've said, this will probably be gone very soon, as the answer is about to explain. OpenAI Sora AI video generator currently restricts the uploads of images featuring people, including self-images, to prevent misuse such as deepfakes and unauthorized impersonalities. The limitation applies to both ChatGPT Plus $20 a month and ChatGPT Pro at $200 a month subscriptions. At launch, uploads involving people are limited, but OpenAI plans to roll out this feature to more users as they refine their deepfake mitigation tools. So as the tools increase, I'm surprised they launched this with this, because this will put off a lot of people, but it launched so you can do everything but people, and they do look great. We'll obviously take that away, like I mentioned, as it says. Therefore, if you're on a basic plan like the one I showed you earlier, and you're thinking, hey, I'll upgrade this to $200 a month and I'll be able to generate people, it's not necessarily, at the time of recording, going to immediately grant the ability to animate images of people. OpenAI is actively working on expanding this feature responsibly and will likely provide updates as they enhance their safety measures. For the most current information on the feature, then you can check out, obviously, any of this, Associated Press, and any of the links that they have right here. Let me show you these other images with Sora. So here's my image in London. This is really nice. That's nice there. They always do multiple images of the gherkin, which is our, see here, there's 4 of them on that shot. There's only 1 in London, but all AI images seem to do multiple. So if I search across, there's not any movement, but it's like the morning, dee 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 dee, and then we come into London. Yeah, really nice. And this one also, where the clouds break and it's the morning. That's a really nice shot. Let me look at that close up. That is really nice, like a time lapse. Really nice. And then this image, I asked it to zoom in very slowly. And from what I can see, there's no movement at all. The wind, the trees are blowing in the wind. That's really nice. And the next one, also no zoom in, which was annoying. And then we have this people issue. So yes, Sora has great images and can even do text to video, but right now at the time of recording, there is this bizarre issue with people and Sora. And I've seen people generated inside Sora, and you can see it in featured right here, lots of images of people, and I've seen loads of people do it. It is available, but whether or not Sora is overrun with these images and problems coming up and they're restricting it and allowing people with a pro plan after a certain time with some trust, some karma, unsure. By the time you watch this video, you're probably going to be allowed to generate that no problem. But I have to show you this issue coming up, because if you watch this and you saw me generate a person and then you have that problem, you'd think there was something drastically wrong with your Sora account. But that is a limitation. So $200 a month, nice images, great. Can't always do people. You can see that why there are a lot of images here that don't have people in it. And right now, those are the downsides of Sora. But it's going to get better and better. Look how amazing that is with the movement. It just needs to stop with the limitations in price and make it more accessible, I feel, and some of these other things with images that even I can't get on right now. Now, there are a few other things I want to show you. Storyboard and then some editing things inside there, which are crucial, I think, and one of I think probably Sora's greatest assets that they have in here. Let me show you that in the next lecture. Now, a couple of things to show you inside Sora. Now we've generated videos both with text to video, leader in that field, and then image to video. There are some other things with editing and storyboard, especially, I want to show you. Now, if I take an image like, here's a video that we did right there. Let me open that up. I'm going to show you some of the things and tools inside Edit here before we jump into storyboard. So I can do some things like I can edit the prompt if I want to. That jumps up and I can edit and say, zoom this in, pan, turns to night, change the duration, aspect ratio, whatever it is I want to do. That's great. It has that option for video. Really nice. I can also view it in story. That's what I'm going to show you in a moment. Now I can recut this inside here. Let me go on recut. Now you see if I scroll along, remember this was a shot that's really nice and then turns into another shot. Now the reason they have recut as a tool on here, I think, is because Sora loves to do this. It loves to make up its own thing. Really well. It does it really good. It can give you lots of inspiration. If I was making this project, I'd probably even keep both of these shots because they're really nice. But I'm able to, if I drag this along, I'm able to, now it finishes there and I can go back to here. So I can just get rid of that right now. And now if I add this onto, it's now in my storyboard. This is my storyboard. I can edit the size of that shot. There's some other things on here like remix. If I want to basically generate this again, I can say, hey, do you want to do a strong remix, significant changes to the original video, a mild, noticeable changes, subtle, minor changes, or custom. I can set and remix the strength on here, which is now at strength 7. There's 8, mild, somewhere in between if I wanted to, and I can hit remix. Now there's also blend. If I click that, I can choose from our library right here. There was this one shot we had and also this one. So let's just put these two shots together to show you what they look like. Actually, maybe it's better if I use that shot. So now these will blend together. Hey, do you want this to transition blend like that? Or maybe I could sample blend, influence based on one to another, mix it, like merge the clips together, or custom. I'm going to say mix this, okay? And it just mixes like this. This is the symbol for it. Let's go blend, add it to my queue right here. Let's go back out and it's at the top of all my videos. And now here is ready. Click to watch. Here is my blended video from 1 over to here. And it's kind of just done its own thing. Blended from here to another shot, kind of like it. That wasn't what I was expecting at all. And Sora does this. Let's go and do that again with blend. I'm going to choose another video from my library. Let's choose that one again. But this time, let's go transition blend and blend. And now that second stitch has finished, let's take a little look at this one. Okay, it's like it's taking inspiration from the second image because it's slightly more blue hue and just changing that. So it's not blending it at all. Sora has a mind of his own sometimes. All right, let's go back to my video. Now, actually, I finished the features I want to show you here. I can click on there. There was remix, blend. I mean, there's also loop in there if you want to make a looping video so that it never ends, which are obviously, if I show you here, you can do either a normal, a long or short loop. So the video just loops on to the next, to the next, to the next, which are great for social medias or ads because people don't know when they finish, so they keep watching on to the next bit. Adds to your attention time. People on social media love them, but that's obvious what that is. I don't need to show you that. The last bit I want to show you is storyboard, which is really good. Now, if I click storyboard right here, it pops up with this. I've got 5 seconds right here. I could change this if you had different plans, or if I have this in for 20, I can go to 10 seconds right here. And this is basically where I'm laying out a sequence. Think of this as your edit sequence of shots. Now I could have there's one, and after 2 seconds it changes to this one, after 4 seconds to this, 6 seconds to this, 8 seconds, and maybe it finishes on another shot. Now for each one of these, I could upload an image if I want to. So I could upload an image that I have. Let's upload that image of London right here. And you'll see what happens as soon as this uploads. Look at this loading right there on the 2 second marker. It's going to automatically load in a description. An aerial view showcase of sprawling cityscape with a river winding through it, and then it describes it, river dotted, boats, environment. Okay, that's great. Let me add in right here, zoom in. And then let me put right here, a plane flies in the sky. Now I could obviously go through and you could add another image here you've generated. So you could have your images from Midjourney, you could have whatever you want, put them all in here, that 2 seconds to 3. And this is a bit like in Runway where we had our first and last shot, but you can have either images going from one to the next shot, starting, finishing, or text description, which is obviously really, really good. Let's click create. And now that's done, cityscape at sunset, where we've put our things together through storyboard, which was a really nice feature. So let's have a look at these. If I scroll along, wow. Okay, let me just open that up. Okay, so it understands a plane flies by. That's a really nice shot. Look at the curving there of the distance, that drone shot. It doesn't use much of my first image before it gets into the next shot. I did say at 2 seconds, maybe it's completing by that 2 seconds, but it's given me a whole 10-second because my storyboard was 10-second long. And then at 2 seconds, we have the plane came in. Remember this one right here, there, zoom in, and then nothing. A plane flies in the sky. That was it. Okay, let's have a look at the other one it generated right there. And now this one, wow, it's looking like from the undercarriage of a plane as it turns around. I'm not sure if there's 2 wings. Is that the back one? A bit long. But I really like this first image right here. Now this is obviously, Sora is still relatively so in its infancy of release, and it's amazing what it can do. The generations are incredible and this storyboard feature really nice, and it's going to get better and better. Yes, the images are really nice. The videos are great. The text of video is going to bring on a whole new range of person that wants to create this. For what we're doing in course right now, there are cheaper options in total. It's cheaper to have a Midjourney subscription and Runway than it is to have a Sora subscription, for example. It's definitely got a place. It's going to be, you can tell in these early stages of things are releasing and the tools available in Sora, it's going to be the best. If not, perhaps it is the best at video generation, but getting what you want and your control is probably as important, obviously, as the video it generates itself. It's no good having great video if you can't direct it. And somewhere where Runway excels in your direction of video and where Sora excels in its quality of video. Obviously, with Runway, you need to give it the image you've created inside Midjourney or somewhere. So yes, it does have a place. There are pros and cons between all of them, and you decide which one is best for you. Now let's have a look at some other tools now of all different prices and capabilities for AI video generation. Then I'll show you another tool that's very popular, that's changing quite rapidly lately, is by Luma Labs, Luma Dream Machine right here. So if we go back onto our page, you have access to aivideo.school, AI video tools. And then if I scroll down right here, Luma Dream Machine, do the drop down, here is access where you can directly just click and go through to site. And also here's me breaking down for you everything that's inside. Now I just need to give a note that even whilst I've been recording this course, the Luma interface has changed and some other features added. So it might not look exactly the same as I'm showing you, but this is pretty updated. And if there's any significant updates, obviously I will show them, re-record, or have it here. Now you can have the account set up. You can either go in and do the free trial that they offer. It's quite slow to generate on the free trial, but gives you a good idea of what the capabilities of it are. Or like I've done before and lots of people I know, you can subscribe for $9.99 a month. That's the price right now, and you can cancel any time. So you could just subscribe for a month for $9.99, give it a full test, have a big play with it, and then if you didn't like it, you're not subscribed anymore, cancel any time. So when you go through here to Luma Dream Machine, this is the main page for Luma that looks like this, that's explaining loads of their tools, lots of nice information on here that you can go through and you can check out everything that's available. Because once again, this platform is huge. Dream Machine or Luma Labs as such is massive, and there's lots you can do with photos, videos, and everything else. So I'm going to cut through a lot of the stuff you don't need, and for the sake of this video, and for the sake of this course, we want to generate video, obviously, so I'm going to concentrate on that. So let's go through to Dream Machine. The URL for that is dream-machine.lumalabs.ai, and you're going to come to something that looks like this. Let me just make that a bit smaller for you. So over here, and once again, it's listed right here, getting started. You can do boards or ideas. So over on the left here, you can either have boards or you can have ideas. Here's, if you click on ideas, everything you've ever generated before. So here's some stuff I was playing with, someone walking through New York City, an evil bunny playing by a waterfall. Here's a big guy sat here, looks a bit like The Rock. I also played with some Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk UFC stuff to see how it was doing with visuals. It was okay. The movement was pretty good, not flawless, but pretty good. Car zoom in, Donald Trump as Rocky, which did not go well, turned into a female in the end. But I'm going to show you this. Now, this is not my favorite compared to Runway, which we've seen, but a lot of people do love this, and the accessibility of it are great. So that's if you were going in ideas, and I could just start doing this. I could put in my text if I wanted to do text to video. I could then say it's definitely going to be a video, and here's the aspect ratio, and I could do that. Or I think the better way to do it is to come into boards. Think of these as your projects. So if I was making one video, I might have one board, or perhaps one character, I was making one board, and I like to work that way. You may do, you may not. Just click here first, and let's go to, I want to make a new board, and what is it that you want to do? Now right here, and I've detailed this, here is what you can do: upload an image, generate inside Luma, etc. So you can either tell it to, I want to generate an image first, and then we could make that into a video, and we'll do that actually. We'll do that in a moment. And I can set right here, I could upload an image if you already downloaded one from another platform. Like if you were using Midjourney, we'll also do that in a moment. And then set my aspect ratios, whether I want it vertical for things like reels and social, or 16:9 for regular video, really wide if I'm making a Western or something. So let's start with, I guess, step by step. Let's do this. I don't want any of these ideas, thanks, but we'll come to this in a moment, character. So I'm going to create an image at first. Let's do a man walking through New York City, sunny, bright daytime, busy streets. And now I would say this, aged 40 in a suit. So the kind of general overview for prompting, and whether it's prompting text to video, text to image, or image to video, is pretty much use natural language inside Luma, which is a lot like ChatGPT or any of those other models, DALL-E, that we used earlier. So use a conversational style, a good prompt, a man walking through New York City, realistic. Better, a realistic video of a man walking through New York City is a sunny, bright day. Just for example, so conversational. So I'm going to say a realistic image of a man, age 40, in a suit, walking through New York City, bright sunny day. I'm asking it for 16:9 and an image this time, and we're going to turn that image to video. In exactly the same way, you could have clicked here, an image that you wanted, say you made it in another platform, and then you want to turn that into video. Let's do this. Okay, and it's finished dreaming. That was actually pretty quick. You'll find if you're on the free trial, it's a little bit slower. Here's my images I've got right here. Nice with the movement. I quite like this composition. It's a bit eerie also. Let's go through some of these. Here's a man walking through, looks like the center of Times Square. This man stood still, and this man is walking. Great. So what I have here is I can either modify that, and I can change it. You modify it, not like we've seen before where I'm doing in painting or anything, but through description if I want to, and it's on modify. Okay, and I can also do things like give it its first and last frame and stuff like that. I don't want to do that. Let me just turn this, make it into video. And I'm also going to, let me just close these and make sure. Let's make this into a video. I'm going to say man walks, camera follows him. A little bit more conversational than I would use perhaps in other tools that you've seen me use. Let's have a little look and see what it does there. And you're going to see some of the limitations. Now, it's not on the page anymore, but you would have seen me earlier in the course show you some of the limitations. We had a whole lecture on it, limitations with AI, and Luma Labs was really good at showing limitations that it has. You saw some of that morphing, some of that movement, hands weren't quite realistic, but it's not bad, Luma. Pretty good and getting better and better. Let's see their video. All right, let's check this out. It's definitely a man walking, but look, there's not much realism on his hand here. It's a little bit morphed. This woman is about to walk through that person and that morphs slightly there, but it is definitely a moving image. Let's take a look at the next one and see if it's any better. Oh, this one we've got like, it's quite nice. The camera like moves, but look at these people just morphing right there. But he's walking through and the camera kind of jolts, like that realism, like I'm following him. Okay, great. Now instead, the other way, of course, is to upload an image. So I'm going to do that. Now you probably remember this image from earlier in the course. It was a drone shot over London. I'm going to say a drone flies over London and we follow, and that's it. That's all I'm going to give it actually. Now if I had an end shot, for example, if I generated 2 images, I could add the end shot. For example, if I made this right by a skyscraper or something, it would go from one to the other. That's keyframes. If I need to modify this image, I could do, but we're just generating a video right now. Making sure I'm still in videos just to make sure, and then 16:9 is what I want. So many times you do this and you've got images selected and it's really frustrating. So let's upload that and let's see what the video does. Okay, that was quite fast. Let's have a little look. So this one, it's moving forward and we're almost going to go past the drone. That's quite nice actually, and this movement is good. There isn't any morphing. They definitely look like they're propelling, not flawless, but it wouldn't be if a propeller was going. So that's believable. And this, nothing morphs in the background or anything. That's nice. Oh, and this one goes straight past. Then there is some kind of bird drones or something comes into shot, but it lifts up. If they weren't on there, that would be quite nice. Now I can modify this, of course. I can extend the video. If you want to extend it for a certain amount of times, you can do. Or let me go into here. I'm going to say modify. If I go back to here, this is our page for this, for Luma Labs Dream Machine especially. If I go to some advanced features, let's go through some of these. So modify, you can modify this. I'm going to say, and just to make sure I'm still in video, but it should be, I'm going to say nighttime, dark, horror, thriller. Just giving it some adjectives right here so it knows. Scary. Okay, let's modify and let's check out what it does. So unlike some other tools, there's no camera movement with regards like we saw inside Runway in different models where you can tell it what to do, but it's all in descriptive nature. So a lot of people like this if they want to be less technical because they're able to just be conversational, but ultimately gives you slightly less control, or you may have to do more iterations to get exactly what you want, but it is very responsive. That's the bonus of Luma Labs Dream Machine, is that it is responsive to your conversational modifications or prompts. All right, let's take a little look at this. It's definitely nighttime, definitely slightly scary. We're going over the top of the drone. Oh, cool. If I extended that, I bet it goes straight past it. Let me just extend that. And let's look at this other one right here. These propellers don't look like they're moving, or perhaps it's that thing where the frame rate doesn't catch up a bit, so it doesn't look like they're moving. They disappear a little bit there. All right, let's have a look at this extended version. So now we're a 9-second long clip. So it's going over, that gets a bit like a bridge. And then we're actually on a bridge. So that was a little bit of morphing happening there. Let's see what this one does. All right, that one doesn't go onto the bridge like that. That's quite nice. That's actually quite a nice image depending on what you used it. Not ultra realistic, but is a good video. So you can do things like styles, which is exactly what we've been learning in the course. You can use things like anime, cinematic, cyberpunk, all that stuff we've been learning before. Now, the next thing I wanted to show you, which will take some working, is this @character prompt. So you should be able to have consistency amongst your characters, which is something that I think Dream Machine is going to get better and better at, but isn't quite there right now. So what I've done here is uploaded the image of myself just through here, uploading it, put in @character, which even if you go to Dream Machine's guide, this is what it says, type in @character. I don't really use this because I use Runway and it's fine. I'm using Midjourney and creating my character seamlessly that way. But you should be able to, but it struggles slightly with keeping character consistency, or it's the character but it's not doing what it said. So you should be able to add the add character followed by your prompt. So, and I have tried this if I've named the character and uploaded and everything else. I did add character in the desert flying a kite. So Dan, a man with a trim beard, is seen flying a kite, sunlit desert, created vibrant visuals. Okay, but I've got a kite that appears above my head, turns into someone else and looks at it, still in my studio here, and I find that quite hilarious, obviously, with that image right there. So let's just try in the desert, and I've got a little shot of me in a wink, and one zooming towards me, and my hand is heavily morphed as I touch my hair. So it may be that if I uploaded, removed the background, and just had a plain image of me, which is one more step to do, you could definitely be doing that. I'm not 100% convinced by it yet, but it is getting there. Now, of course, add your styles like we mentioned: aesthetics, anime, cinematic, visual references. If you use an image as a style guide, type @style followed by your prompt. So if I use that same image, let's go there, let's upload that image again, and let's go @style, a woman with long brown hair at her desk. So it should be using this image as a style, which looks like this, cameras and background, etc., and that lighting to this time create a woman with long brown hair at her desk. And now we see it's not used the style for this. Well, it has, I guess, but it's definitely not a woman. It's just more images of me. I turn into a woman there and I stand up, and there's a lot of morphing happening. So maybe not for this shot. I would use Luma Labs, and if you need to use it, if you're not able to generate with Runway for whatever reason, it doesn't like your prompting, you could use it in here. It's a little bit more relaxed for a lot of things like drone shots, things over cities and stuff like that, that not going to have the effects of morphing or anything like this, which we see with some of these. Now, there are a couple of other things I wanted to try here. Camera motion and also looping is interesting, because if you're using social media, sometimes you want your image to loop so people watch it multiple times, or to look like a seamless image. Let's try both of those things here. Let's just say looping video, nothing else. I won't give it anything else. That's all it has to go on, and we should have a loopable video that starts and finishes at the same point, pretty much that means. And then the other thing I wanted to try over here, I wanted to do the camera motion, like pan, orbit, or zoom. So let's do that again. Zoom. All right, and a modern workspace inside the camera gear, creating a warm professional. It's a looping video. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, so it comes back to exactly the same point. There's obviously that little jolt as it comes there, but it does loop seamlessly from one to the next. Let's have a look at this. A lot of morphing happening, but comes back to that position to be able to loop back. Now I've asked it to zoom in. Definitely does exactly that. Let's have a look at the next iteration. Oh, pick up another coffee cup and drink. I'm zooming out on this one. Okay, and just a note to remember that if I'm inside a board like this, it does remember earlier generations. So when I am doing things like turn me into a woman, I might have to do multiple iterations as it remembers previous iterations that we've made inside that board. You could instead be using straight in your ideas tab as opposed to a board if you wanted to. Luma definitely has a place, and it is growing at a rapid rate, and it's going to get better and better, and there's loads more to this tool. I'm just showing you the video generation for this section, but I have to show you everything, and this is one of the big guns inside the AI video generation space. So let's look next at another tool. Another extremely popular and quickly growing AI video tool is Zapier. So you can get this if you go back over to our site, AI Video School /AI Video Tools, and then you come down to the drop down menu here under Zapier. You'll see here you can just click through and go to site, or it's at the bottom here also. And here I've got some step-by-steps for how to use it, and then also some details for prompting specifically inside Zapier. Now, if you want to, they do have a blog that's really good that goes through a lot of the things like prompting and how it works. The tool is massive. There's a lot to do here, lots of different products that they have. I'm going to obviously cut through some of the stuff I don't think that you need, and for this section specifically, we're looking at video, aren't we? So we're going to concentrate on that. So you can go through and check this out. Click through, you'll come to a site for Zapier that looks something like this. Again, this may vary slightly as time goes on. Any major updates, I will change it and update, but everything's going to be pretty much on a page looking something like this. It's very clearly laid out and really nice top to bottom page. Here you got text to image, text to video, image to video, and then here's your other things like to extend it, enhancer, and everything else. So we want to go to, right now, we're going to go to image to video. That's the main thing we're doing. We've already created our images. You can do text to video, but you've seen on all tools when I've been testing this how poor the results are for that. So let's go image to video and click on there. Pop-up appears, and quite simply to go through this, you can just check you're in the right one. Yeah, I want to be image to video. Sure, use the newest version. Right now it's 2.5. There might be a newer one as you're watching this. And you could be uploading multiple images. For example, you could be doing your first image, middle, last. So you want to go from one to the next to the next. We don't do that usually. I like to get a little bit more freedom with this. And also you can change the duration, 4 seconds, 6 seconds. This will depend on your plan. I'll quickly show plans here. Free, you get to try it for free, get 100 credits. You can do this. I'll do monthly, $10 monthly, $30. You could cancel this anytime. So you could upgrade from your free plan to your paid monthly, give it a test, instantly unsubscribe and test it out. Or if you like it, obviously keep it, and if you need more credits, then upgrade that. So let's go back to image to video. Best thing to do, there are other ways to do this, is I like to do full settings, and I scroll through all of these and I see them, but we'll upload our image first. Let's keep consistency among testing all these different AI video products, and I've got this image of that drone shot across London right there. Now, I need to describe and prompt for this about what I want it to do. So if I go back to our page, I've described exactly how prompting works inside Zapier. So you need to start with clear and simple instructions for the scene: a horse running on a beach. Obviously, if you've already got the image, you can add that, but you need to add some things like jumping, exploding, aligned to the generated images and motion for better results. So it's even telling you there, it's better if you have an image, for example, of an exploding horse here. That would be horrible. But if you want to do that, whereas if you just put up a picture of a horse and said exploding, you might have to do several iterations to get that. Now, use references. This is like our style guide, for example, in the style of 1980s grindhouse horror. That's directly from their blog, that style. You could be using, of course, you could be saying cyberpunk, realism, western, neo-realism, steampunk, surrealism, whatever it is that you're using, and we've gone through all of those earlier in the course. Now, add details and experiment with specific descriptions. Avoid metaphors like as white as snow. Ignore metaphors, okay? Actually, that was a simile. A metaphor example was more like a man drowning at work, and you meant that he has lots of work to do. That would be seen quite literally, and you might see him drowning at work. So ignore that. And that's because the model is trying to look at exactly what your keywords are that you're putting in here. So test different variations and you can try that. You can also get cinematic, include camera angles in your prompts, like this is a drone shot, this is moving, we zoom out, zoom in, low angle, all different things like that. So let's go in and play with that. So I've got this, I'm gonna say a drone shot, camera is moving forward following the drone. Now you can have enhanced prompts right here. This is basically, if I translate this for you, it's saying that you might put in lots of things and you might put in words that aren't needed. For example, there may be some bits that it's ignoring. If you do that, then the model is going to enhance the prompt basically for its own good. It's not going to suddenly add in with a pony in shot or something and add something completely different. It's going to enhance your existing prompt to make it better fit for the model. So I always pretty much keep that on. I'm going to make sure everything else is set up right here. Yes, that's nice. I'm using image. So if I was using text to prompt, I would have options on here like your aspect ratio and things, I can show you what would be here. You'd have speed, duration, mode, and aspect ratio available if you were doing text to image, but we don't do text to image because we're more advanced than that in this course. So we can do that, and then I want to generate. Now, just to let you know, this is in a more relaxed mode because my plan is not really advanced. I'm not in pro plan. I don't use this that much. I use Hapier, for example. The same with Luma Labs, really. I have it as my backup main AI video tool that I use and then subscribe to. So if I have a problem with Runway that it's not allowing an image to generate, for example, if there's an image that I'm trying to get to video that's of a bunch of guys and girls that are at the beach, and they're in bikinis and men are in like trunks, board shorts and things. Sometimes, not always, but sometimes things can get flagged because they think, oh, perhaps this is inappropriate. It's using AI, it's using automation to try and work out whether images are inappropriate. That's an example where it's not inappropriate, but it may also flag it just quickly, just to make sure, because they're being safe on something like that. Quite often I use Luma and Hapier because they are more lenient with that kind of thing. I'm not saying you could do anything untoward, derogatory, or adult in any way using any of these models. That will get flagged and stopped, but I use it for when Runway is blocking me when it shouldn't really, because I can report it that it shouldn't be flagged, but it's not going to fix it straight away. It'll take a while for someone to check it, look at it, and then maybe add an A to the model. So that's what I use this, and Luma that we previously looked at, also Pika that we're going to look at shortly. I use those as my backup models, and that's pretty much what I use this for, because you'll see the iterations. If I did this one earlier, then here, let me bring this out for you. It's a good model, a man walking through New York City. This was a text to video, but there is a little bit of blur morphing going on here, not quite as clean as perhaps Runway, but still quite a nice image. So that has generated in here. Let's have a little play. I'll bring this up larger for you. And okay, I've said the camera moves forward, and it does ever so slightly, but not very much. The propellers are okay, not great. To be fair to it, let's do one more generation with a different image. Let's do that image of me again. This time, much like you saw in other ways, I don't want to give it any prompts. I just want to see what the AI model does by itself. I've already got the sizing right here, so it's fixed to my image. That's fine. Let's go with this and create. Whilst you're waiting for that to generate, let me show you some other things. So if you wanted to, this was 4 seconds, you wanted to extend this, I think because of the plan I'm on, not on a pro plan, the frustrating thing is that there isn't the option inside here. Even if I open this up, there's not an option inside here to be able to extend this in any way. You have to do it kind of manually, which is annoying. I can vary the prompt inside here and change it if I wanted to. I can also just regenerate with the exact same prompt, or the way I'm gonna have to do this, I think, is to download right here. So while that's generating, let's go into, you can see the creation mode right here for different things, or if I went back to home, I could go here and go extend duration, upload my video. I won't give it any prompts actually. I just want to see, actually no, because then it might just extend it, not doing much at all. I'm just going to say zoom, and I'm going to create. So these are both now generated. I guess first let's do the extension. If you remember this one right here, it was this long, and then I wanted to extend it with a zoom. Let's see how well it's done. If I make this bigger for you, let's go. It's definitely extended the shot. So if I wanted just more of that shot, it extends it that way, but it hasn't added my zoom in here. Now this one right here, I was giving the tool another chance to do a good image, and it looks okay. Looks like that my head moves quite nicely. That looks quite realistic. It's keeping my face quite well. Sometimes you'll see some models, a little bit like when we looked at Luma last time, some models just completely change your face. This is pretty good. This, having a lot of steam, it looks like suddenly my coffee is exploding. That's not so good, but this movement is. So you just reiterate and reiterate and perhaps regenerate that just with this. So that was Happier. I mean, there's more to this tool, like I said, but for what we're doing for this course and creating video, that's a nice overview of how to use this. Use this site, the page on the site that I've made for you to go along and test it. I use it, like I said, as a backup to Runway. So it's always good to have new models, and these are continuously upgrading and getting better and better. So by the time you play with this, it may be even better and do exactly what you want it to do regarding the projects that you're doing. So let's move on to another model now. Another extremely popular tool and up there in some of the best generations, I think, is Pika, Pika Labs or Pika.art. So if you go back over to the site aivideo.school, AI-video-tools, once again, if you scroll down, you'll see Pika, use the drop down, and I've got a link right here. You can go to it or at the bottom right there. And there's also some details which we follow along with prompt crafting and also how to use it if you want a step-by-step guide in text. But I'm going to show you right here. So you come to a page like this. It's the explore page in which you can explore obviously other generations that have been happening on site, or you can go into your own library right there and see stuff that you have been generating. But either way, wherever you are, at the very bottom of the page right here is the prompt bar. So this is a very simple site to use. I'm going to go through how to do that. Now you can upload your own image right here, or I could be just doing text to video. We want to use this, of course. Pika effect is really fun. If I click this and show you, you can do things like put on your own image and say, I want the eyes to pop out. I want it to explode. I want to decapitate the head. I want it to melt. So you can get some really cool effects with stuff that's almost inbuilt or is inbuilt inside Pika to ensure you get that for your iteration. Here, right here is the different versions of this. You may need to use 1.0 for lip syncing. I have a video later, a whole video looking at different models, and Pika is one of them for lip syncing. If you need to use that, you may need to change your model for that. And then on advanced prompts at the end, this is where you put your negative prompt. If I don't want something in shot, for example, or I can also change my aspect ratio here to make sure it fits for YouTube video or a normal video film, perhaps Facebook 1:1 squared, reels and stuff, the TikTok, Instagram, whatever it is that you want. The different aspect ratios are here. So let's play with some of these. Oh, also, you just heard that if you hover over any of these, it instantly starts playing, including sound, which can be a little bit annoying. But we will click image. I'm going to get that image of me again. Let's just make sure these are side by side, comparing these tools one at a time as we go through. Let's do a few things here. I'm going to describe this. So there's me right there. Let's do zoom into man's face. And maybe I'm going to give it something extra, which is a little bit more man waves. Now, if I go back onto the prompting right here, you can see that basically you need to be very simple and straightforward with your prompt. These are more geared towards text to video as opposed to using your own image. When you have your own image, it's much simpler to do, but you can add camera like pan, zoom, rotate, combine movements. Also, there are some other things I never use here, but you could have /create to create a prompt and optional image references if you wanted to. I can also add layers of customization with these. I don't use these. They're there for you if you need to, but I don't think you need them necessarily with Pika. And it's pretty much more of the usual. It's less conversational than other tools we've used like Luma and things, but perhaps will where there isn't the controls for screen like we saw in Runway for changing the camera angle, zooming in and stuff. It's definitely more conversational in that regard. So let's just click right here and we can generate that. And it's happening right here. I'm going to also, whilst that's there, I'm going to take away this prompt. Let's play with some of these Pika effects because these are really fun to do. Let's decapitate my head on there. Let's run that one. Let's also have me explode, okay? Let's run that one. First iteration done. Let's check this in. I'll make this bigger for you. I asked it to zoom in, didn't I? Really nice, except it's showing my tooth suddenly here. Actually, I think I remember it doing that before. I could just quite simply retry, or I could reprompt. So if I just click reprompt, then it comes down to the bottom right here, and I can reprompt to try with that. I did say wave. The man definitely doesn't wave. I could just retry that if I wanted to. As we know from using Runway or any model, you need to do more iterations of this. So I've now got some fun ones right here. We had the explode, didn't we? And the other, whoa, let's play this. This one is decapitate. That's so good. That is so funny. My neck looks a little bit fake here. I'm just picking hairs here. That's so funny. I'm so glad that happened. Okay, let's play this one too. I explode. You can see the noise that comes with this. Wow. Okay, let's have a look at the explosion one. Whoa. Nice. Really fun. Really, really fun. So Pika is a lot of fun to do. I could actually probably spend all day long going through all these different Pika styles that they've got in here. I really love these Pika effects. But it has everything that you need. It has everything at all. Slightly less control perhaps than Runway. I use this, like I said, either if you need some of these stunning effects because you want to add these to, you know, it's a lot more likely to go viral if you're making things explode or melt and stuff like that, because they're visually very entertaining and great to look at. I use it as a backup tool to Runway if I'm unable to, like I mentioned before, unable to generate something in Runway for whatever reason, then I have backup tools. And definitely Pika alongside Hapio and Luma, they are definitely some of my backup tools, but some of them are my main tools for some effects. Let's move on and check out another model now. So in video, this is one heck of a tool, perhaps not exactly what we want for this course, but I'm going to explain it to you anyway. If you go back over to aivideo.school, AI video tools, you can use the drop down in the video. I'm not going to spoil it for you there and show you any of that, because this tool is something special, but a little bit different from the other tools we've been showing. And it may fit your purpose perfectly. It might not. It really won't help with us following along with what we've been making so far, but it may be what you need. Okay, I'll show you the tool right here. You can go to aiinvideo.io. You can upgrade if you need to. There is a lot of free. You can do 10 AI minutes a week for free, and you can just generate AI video right here. It's really simple to use. I put in as much or as little as I want detailed instructions to create a video. This is not the same as, well, it is the same, I guess, as text to video, and that's its main purpose. It's not trying to be, InVideo is not trying to be like the other AI models to generate video from an image or etc. to be used piece by piece. It's trying to create you an entire video using AI only, which is its USP. It's really great. Now, you've got some of the different tools right here, workflows if you like. If you click workflow, you can go on here. And basically what you can do here, which is so automatic, it's great, is I can say I want a short AI video, a 15-second clip, ideal for an advert, a 30-second clip, script, turn my script into an AI video, screenplay, turn my screenplay into an AI video. I want an AI montage of stuff. Perhaps I want an animated advert, for example, which is obviously brilliant. So let's take, for example, let's take a 15-second clip right here, and you would just fill out this. It's made it so easy for you. So I want a 15 seconds long clip for YouTube, so it's going to be that right, about explain how the USA government works. Now that may be a little bit of a stretch for 15 seconds. We'll see what it does, okay? Use only generated media, or you could use stock media. So sometimes it grabs stuff from different stock sites and puts it in there. If you don't mind about that, if it's just for internal, you were just using it for yourself, for example. But let's say only generated media. I do want background music. Okay, fast and energetic, sure, or I could change that myself to slow, eerie, or whatever I want. I can then have the language. The language is English. Make sure it's that. I'm going to have my voice actor. Okay, so use, let's say, a female, any kind of voice, American young kids voice. That might be fun to do. And then I can have watermark text, captions for this. Yeah, let's say I want captions. Add any subtitle. Let's add bold subtitle with a popping effect. What's my style here? Disney Pixar, or do I want it to be like Minecraft, Lego, hand drawn? Let's keep this going. Film noir, monochrome. Let's put this in Technicolor. That's quite fun. Music preference, use the best audio available. Use YouTube audio library only, so then it's copyright free on YouTube. Use Storyblocks audio. Let's just use that one. And watermark text. Use watermark text. You can have a watermark on it. So for example, if I wanted AI video school on this, I could do that. So this is what I'm doing. It's as simple and as automated as that. You obviously have a lot less control. Let's continue. If I was generate video, if I was then using, for example, script to video, I could just upload my script like the scripts we've been making earlier on in the course, and I could upload that. I could put it in here and I can tell it all different details like that, and it can generate me instantly a whole AI video. If you don't want that much control, this is the easy, way more simple, quick version. Someone once called it the lazy person's AI video, and I don't think that's meant in a derogatory way. It's definitely the simpler way to go about this. It's truly remarkable what it can do, because most people that are just casual users of AI video, this tool is perfect for them. That's not what this course is and what we're doing, but I had to show you in video because it's also great. Sometimes you can generate things like an ad, for example, and it can give you massive ideas, like stuff you never thought of, and then you could go away and make your own version based on these ideas. That's just a workflow possibility. So let's use some of this and some stock media, and it should use some of the two. This would generate only your own generative. There's a cost for that, so if you're under the free plan, then it's not going to enable you to do it. You need to pay, which has a monthly fee. Obviously stock media doesn't, but you would need rights to the stock media. So let's just see, for the sake of this example, exactly what this generates. And this has generated for me already. Obviously, I just showed you I'm going to have stock footage on this, so it's not going to be AI generated footage. If you were to use that, this would all be free to use. Let's zoom this in for you and let's have a little play of this.
Curious about the USA government? Here's a super quick guide. We've got 3 branches. Legislative makes the laws, executive enforces them, and judicial interprets them. Simple, right? Stay curious.
So that was obviously not very impressive. We had 2 shots in the whole thing. I am only doing 15 seconds. I am only using stock footage. That wasn't great. Let's do another example. This time, let's do a script to AI video. Or let's do a 2-minute video for YouTube using exactly this script. So if I was using something like ChatGPT, I could grab my script. I could generate that. Generate a 2-minute video for YouTube about how the USA government works. Generate a script for a. Let's just be as simple as that. Okay, opening scene, visual American wearing flag, narrator. Okay, let's just grab this. Let's grab that. Let's grab this. Judicial, yeah. Closing scene, end screen. Let's just copy this, okay? Let's go in here and let's paste that in. Add relevant information about the video. I don't need to. You can start following these. Let's use stock media. If I use generated media, that's a paid for plan. You guys can play with that. You can imagine what it would be like. Yeah, I'm going to use some stock media. I'm going to add background music, fast, energetic. I'm going to be like scary music. My language is English. Captions, yeah, let's put it on here to have word by word subtitle. That might have been much. Karaoke style subtitles. Voice actors, I want this to be a male, standard Midwestern accent for the narrator, and I'm not going to give it any other. Let's just generate that. Okay, and let's generate video. All right, then I'm going to have my audience. No, let's do students, actually general public. Look and feel, clean, minimalist, zen, dramatic, platform for YouTube, continue. All right, it has now made this. You can see the different sections that were based on my script that we uploaded. Again, stock footage, but let's listen to the voiceover for this and how this came out.
Welcome to our journey through the U.S. government. In the next few minutes, we'll explore the different branches that make up this intricate system. So let's dive in and understand how it all works. Ever wonder how the U.S. government works? Let's break it down in just 2 minutes. The U.S. government is divided into 3 branches: legislative, executive, and judicial.
Nice, that looks really good. So you can see that obviously it's using Storyblocks, which is a place where you can buy if you bought a license for this, which I think currently $60 a month or something, you could use all these images, no problem, upload this, or you could have it generate its own. But these are obviously real. The benefits of using stock is that these are real video that's been taken by someone and then sold on a stock site. So these are always going to be perfect. As far as visually, there's no warping and stuff like that. When you generate your own with AI on the model, you may get some of those flaws that we've seen, but it's doing everything I want. It's got a guy speaking in the accent that we wanted. It's got the feeling. It's got the captions on there in exactly how I said, karaoke style, and it sounds great.
Government actions are constitutional. Lower courts.
So you've seen whole YouTube channels that have just used something like this. You say, hey, here's the topic, explainer. You could have a whole explainer YouTube channel on any topic that you wanted and just punch these out within video over and over again, super quickly. It's really an amazing tool with regards to that. It's not what we're doing in this course so much as like a video school, film school of making AI video. But if your purpose was to make a channel like that, you could cut out a lot of time and effort and use in video, depending on what your purpose is, of course. Now, Stable Diffusion or Stable Video is another tool that's very popular. You'll remember this from when we were generating images, but it's also becoming very popular with video as well. If you go over to our page again, aivideo.school/AI video tools, you can use the drop down right here for Stable Diffusion Video, and you can get the link that comes over to this page, stablevideo.com. Now, there are free options right here and they are also paid for. So I can let you know that if I go into my account, I can see I can purchase credits, 500 credits, $10, 3,000 at 50 right now. And how many credits it takes to generate video, etc. I'll show you. So we have 2 options: start with image, start with text. This is obviously your text to video. I can say generate a video of a man walking through New York City. But that's not very good prompt. We need more detail. Aspect ratio 16:9, style. Again, it's a little bit like Runway. Remember when we were using images for that? It doesn't show you what the style is, it just says it. That's okay. Let's go with photographic. That's like realism. So a video of a man aged 40 wearing a suit walking through a busy New York City street, bright, sunny daylight. All right, and this is 11 credits here to generate this video from text. So you can see you're getting 40 for free as a trial. Go ahead and trial this, and that's how much it costs to generate that. Oh, these are nice images, isn't it? These are nice images. This one, this is nice also, very realistic. All right, let me download that. I'm gonna upload that image actually. Let's go from image. Let me see here, camera motion. This is where I can explain in a conversational style the camera motions to add to my scene. Let's do this. Do I want it locked? Yeah, that's nice and steady. Or shake, more documentary, realist style. Do I want it to tilt up or tilt down? I don't really want either, if I'm honest with you. Do I want it to orbit or pan? That's quite cool. Orbit, let's go around him a little bit, shall we? And then I can dolly in, dolly out, up, down, depending on the image and what's available. So that's all that's available right now. There's more stuff coming soon and I can tell it what my camera motions are, add more things in. I can go advanced and I can go down and say use speed. This is a random generation of a speed point right here, steps and motion strength. This encourages the AI model basically more or less movement. Let's keep it right in the middle. Let's generate this for 10 credits. And here is the video. We've got some quite bad warping on the face as he moves. Not a great iteration, if I'm being honest. It was very quick. And I could either edit this now, I can view the prompt if I wanted to, and we can do this again, use the prompt, or just to be fair to the model, let's do another image, shall we? Let's do one that we used in one of the other videos. So here is that drone shot, okay, that we used before to see if it's flying. I can say I didn't want it to orbit, which this one didn't do, did it? I don't want to orbit, pan down. I'm not telling it to do anything. Let's just see what it does with this model and how realistic it is. Generate for 10 credits, and it's finished generating. Let's take a look at this shot. Actually really nice. That was a little bit better, I think, than the Luma happier versions that we had, that we did this for also. It just moves across as the drone is hovering. It doesn't look like the propellers are moving, unfortunately, but perhaps that would just be the way sometimes, you know, they do look like that depending on the speed of your camera and where you have it set to. The motion is definitely nice. A little bit of movement here. And it is good, but it's not got too much controls as yet. But these are updating all the time. It's nice that I could generate my image inside and make that image into video all in one platform. I think that I would use this definitely as a backup. We've got Runway and then Luma, Happier, Pika and Stable. They would be my backup AI video tools right now. Perhaps Pika or Happier, my main two backup, closely followed by Stable, but it's updating all the time. So as this gets more advanced, I will absolutely keep updating you on it. So on to Kling, which is the next tool I'm going to show you. The next 4 or so tools right here are less used AI video tools, less dominant in the space right now, but could be growing, and it's definitely worth you seeing them. Perhaps they'll fit your budget, or some of them actually quite exciting for their layouts and things that might be better suited for you. So once again, come over to the page aivideo.school/AI video tools, and then the first one I'm going to show you here is Kling. Go on here, there's the address right here, you can click straight through, and here's all the about, kind of step-by-step how to use the page if you want to follow along there. So I'll just click here and you come to a page that looks like this. Let me make that smaller for you. Now quite simply, all you do, and it would be the same if I follow along here, click AI videos at the top and then controls at the left, upload image. So just hit AI videos at the top here, and then the page layout is really simple. Here's some stuff I was playing with earlier which I can show you, and here is the main layout. Kind of imagine them on the side of Runway as we've been playing with, slightly less controls. I'll go through these step at a time. So you can upload right here your image if you want to, or optional, just prompt. But you can also do start and end frame depending on what version you're on for this, depending what plan you have. I'll show you the plans actually while I'm here. Now there's probably some offers on right now that you might not see, but roughly speaking, on a monthly, that's a subscription. Let's do a 1 month at a time. So $10 a month will get you 660 credits. Let's see how much they cost for credits and things, and here's the different plans that you can get. These will change over time obviously, but just so you're aware, nothing crazy in their prices right there. So we can drop an image right here. Let's go through these one at a time. So let's use that image of me again, just to keep it fair between all the different tools. I can do prompt optional. This time I will, I will. Man waving at camera. Keep it really simple, and then depending on which tool you have, you can either decide on control the movement, but it's disabled. I'm in the most basic of packages. If you have more, then you can have a motion brush control, a little bit like you saw with Runway, moving things about, slightly less control than that, but still pretty good. You can then say basically, oh, these are annoying pop-ups, go to relevance, exactly like my prompt, or least like it, let them be more creative. I keep it in the middle. You get standard mode or professional mode, basically the speed in which these are generated. Let's go professional. And professional, I've got 5 seconds available. Pro mode is for 5 seconds only. If I did standard, you can see that I can do 10 seconds right there. But let's do professional. Also, you're allowed 1 generation count, so you'd be allowed more if you were doing another tool. Camera movements. Yeah, I've still got camera movements available here. So let's do it. I just told it to wave, but let's give it a slight zoom in. This is good. Let's move that in right there. That's moving to maximum. Nice. That's the framing. Great. And then negative prompt. Sometimes I'm worried with these tools, they're going to have me smile and show my teeth. I'm just going to say no teeth shown. I have played with this image in many tools, and sometimes you get a really goofy smile come up for some reason, like teeth don't look real in AI very much. So that's good. So 35 generations for this credit. So you saw the amount you get per plans, how much that would be that you would get. Let's generate that. And everything comes over, all your historical stuff comes over here on the right hand side. It's a very nice layout of a page. So this is going to take, it says 12 minutes, 11. It's going down quicker than in real time. You can get it a lot faster should I want to upgrade. When you're on a free and you're doing trial, you can probably expect this to be more like 30 minutes, just to try and encourage you to buy more and buy a better package. So it is slower than, say, Runway or the other platforms. 3 minutes is fast, but it's still not as fast as those platforms. Let me show you some of these other tools, some of the others I was doing earlier. I didn't tell it to zoom in and things, so I can play this for you. I said man waving, and I definitely wave. But look, goofy smile teeth again. I always get, not goofy, but kind of look a little bit unreal, Homer Simpson-y. A little bit, and I'm waving. The fingers do move, a little bit of distortion, but still a good attempt. So I also did that image of London drone, and it was actually really nice movement. The camera pans. I don't think I gave it any prompt in here. The camera pans over to the right and follows the drone as it goes along in the distance. I don't see any warping of buildings. No buildings turn into another. There's Big Ben there. That's nice. Yeah, looks good. Looks like a really good image. Okay, let's see how long this takes to generate. I'll tell you if it's really 9 minutes or not. I'll come back when this is done. That did take a full 9 minutes. They're not kidding. They do want you to buy the other packages. Let's have a look at this close up. So we've got some morphing issues with the hand here. The face is actually quite nice and stays relatively natural. A small amount of lip moving without talking, which always looks a bit strange. But this hand is, I mean, if you were talking and had voiceover for this and lip synced it, then perhaps you wouldn't notice the hand. But it's not great. But this image of the face is pretty good, to be fair to the model. So limitations, if I go through the options here, I can lip sync this from here, and I can actually, we can just do that right now while I'm here. I can either upload locally, or I could do text to speech. I could say welcome to the course and see if his awkward lips work on that. And I could choose a male, let's call me a young man, shall we? Shine.
Welcome to the course.
And he's British as well. Okay, let's lip sync that just for 5 credits. Another 9 minutes waiting. Okay, while I'm here, let me go through some of these other tools that you've got. So I could either publish this, share it, star it that I like it. I can download this. It's with a watermark. I need to buy a membership to download without a watermark, but I do have a package. And then I can report or I can delete this. So I don't have the option to, well, you can extend, but I get 2 trial uses with the model, not on my, I'm on the lowest paid monthly package for this model, so I can't do it. But you could extend and then extend with prompts, which is handy, but I'm not a fan of the morphing. Anyway, let's see how this lip syncing comes out. So that definitely was longer than 6 minutes waiting. I'm not sure I agree with their models so much. Like, I'm already a paying customer, and I have to wait longer for my generations as someone that paid more a month, and I'm limited on credits. I mean, if we all have the same credits but mine are slower, then okay, but I get less credits for the money and they're slower. I'm not sure. If, like, let's have a look at the generation, shall we? Let me make this bigger for you.
Welcome to the course.
I mean, that lip sync on that first bit is actually
Welcome to the course.
pretty good. You can see it's not real. And obviously I only had less text, so he's not talking on this last piece. But that was pretty good. I mean, I think that Kling is another backup tool that I quite like, but I have better backup tools perhaps than this model with more control. But it might be exactly what you want and that you need for this plan. But that's, of course, right now. It's updating all the time. And if it does any significant updates, I will, of course, show you here. Next tool on the list of AI video tools is Kyber. Once again, come over to the site aivideo.school/AI video tools. We scroll down to Kyber, and then under here you can just access it, as well as a step-by-step. Now Kyber is a little bit different and kind of positions itself as an all-in-one platform for all tools, and it's also very visually well laid out. For creatives, you'll notice it's got a canvas layout, which is great. So I'm going to just show you exactly how you do this step by step. I can either go to products and you can see everything about it right here, or we can just go to create. And the way it works is, if I zoom out slightly to give you more scope, is you get a canvas like this with a hand drag and drop to pull yourself around this. So if I go to canvas and then the plus symbol up here, flow menu, now I'm going to say core flows, my flows, if you've saved something, core flows. So now you can see it's got Luma video, runway video, Kling standard video. You'll notice all these names, Kling Pro video, all these names that we've been doing here, Minimax video, Mochi video, Flux, and then some image as well as video lab and some other image tools video here. So what you get on this is actually I'm going to make a project right here on my canvas using one of these tools. So I could click runway, for example. Now what it's using is runway, the model that we've been playing with, runway, to generate this. So I can add my subject. Think of this left to right as your settings that we would be setting up previously. So I can say prompt a man waving. I can then select obviously my begin and end keyframe. Let's go the image of me again to be fair. I won't put an end keyframe. I want it as duration 5 or 10 seconds. I want it in 16:9, although my image is 1:1. So we'll go with 16:9, although it only gives me 2 layout options right here, which is frustrating. Then I just click this little smiley fella up here, click OK. And what it's doing is it's generating it right here. This looks like it's awkward and you can't roll across. I'm trying to pan across. So what you do is you grab and you drag your canvas. Do I want this here? Do I want it down here? Do I want that there? Do I want to see it from top down? Do I want to see it from the edge? I can make this generating my image bigger if I hover to the edge like that. So I can have this exactly how I want to lay out. Maybe if I'm doing this project, I would have this, and then I would have a man put his head down. Let's generate this, and this will be here. Perhaps I want like to have that one there, or perhaps I want to start putting things together and see how they go. You can lay it out however you want, which is really nice. Here's a preview of your canvas layout, by the way. Make it smaller should you be getting yourself more, move that out of the way, should you be getting yourself more things, you know. Anyway, let's have a look right now. Oh, that's really nice. But this is a runway image, of course, so it is going to be really nice. We know how nice runway is. And this one puts his head down, really down. So I could start building up a story, for example, scene 1, scene 2, scene 3, inside my own canvas right here, which I do really like. As a creative, it's a format that I really like to play with. It's really good. I can then also duplicate this if I want to for my canvas, if I'm looking at my storyboard, or if I want to recreate the same flow, we can regenerate it and you can play with it. But we are missing some of the other tools, of course. We're missing, for example, extending like you can get inside Midjourney. No camera controls, it would all be in prompt. So it is missing a few things. Let me go to another canvas. I could start another canvas here. Let me show you this I was playing with earlier. This is the other one that I want to compare to, just to make sure we've got a fair comparison over everything. So this is the shot. Again, I was using runway model as opposed to one of the others. This is how you can fly across London. Really nice, really good. So I can create a new canvas if I want to, and you could start using some of the other tools later on. I'm going to update and add some other tools like Minimax. That's just getting good. So I'll probably add that, but I could add a prompt here, a man waving, and we could side by side compare how good this is. I've got a lot less controls here, and this charges me at 50 credits. Okay. And that's pretty much with Minimax Video, the only control inside of Kyber that I have. All right, let's have a look. I don't get to choose the aspect ratio or anything, or get to change that. Okay, It is a great way if you wanted to, of course. I've got here all the different models that we could use. So you could get yourself a small 1-month Kaiba. You could just go side by side testing the different video models. And if you like one, you could go directly to them. They normally have more controls inside their own model, but Kaiba allows you to have all of the different models. You know from my building things that when something doesn't go right, in the rare case that something doesn't generate inside Runway, and I'm struggling with it, then I jump to another tool and have a backup. Well, you could have your backups all in your own main tool here, which is a really nice thing. And that's finished generating, so let's have a look. I definitely wave quite enthusiastically. I like it. Let's have a look at that a little bit bigger. Let me move this over for you. Let's check this out. I do a little bit of a mouth movement. I didn't tell it to talk, but it is talking, giving me, I always say that in AI models, you kind of get very prominent teeth in here. They're okay, those ones. Yeah, not too bad with teeth, but I'm definitely waving, tiny bit of morphing in hand, but not too much. That just looks like movement, but I hate it when they do this and you automatically get talking like, now I need to put in a dub on him or something. So Kaiba is that all-in-one tool. If you want to test them out, it's a very interesting concept, and you're going to get this more and more. We saw it in images too. You get platforms that are just drawing and white labeling almost other platforms all in one. It allows you as a user to test out multiple platforms, have backups inside one, but you often, as a result, get slightly less features available to you compared to if you were going directly to that tool. So it's okay for you if you want to test them out. Perhaps you're new to this, you want to compare them side by side, although most of them come with a free trial anyway to do that. But the best bit about it is this canvas layout. At least for me, being quite a visual person, I really do love that for projects. Another tool that's gaining popularity is Flux. I want to show you this. Once again, come over to aivideo.school/AI-video-tools. On the drop down here, you'll see Flux. Here's a direct link to it, as well as all the other parts about getting started, how to use it step by step based on what's on screen in front of you, so you can follow along side by side. If I go to Flux AI right here, at the top, let me zoom out to make you be able to see that easier. At the top here, you can go to Flux AI Video Generator. They've got all their tools under here, but we're going to talk about video generation, and the layout is really intuitive and really nice and simple. You can't get lost. It's a great tool for that. So I'm going to have my start frame. You can choose optional end frame or not. This is quite nice. If you don't have a start frame, for example, you want to start from an image and you haven't used one already inside, say, Midjourney, like we created, you can do this. And you can go, a man aged 35 sat at a desk with his camera. I can say the aspect ratio I want this to be is 16:9. Optimize the prompts quite nice. They always do this. It's quite descriptive, Flux, I find. Really quite descriptive. Look at this. A 35-year-old man sits at a sleek modern desk, his camera poised in front of him, capturing the warm glow, soft light, ambient lighting. As he leans forward, the camera subtly zooms in. Wow. Paper's laptops are arranged. So you can tell that this model, and I say it around here, about the posts, that Flux really likes a lot of description, but luckily they have an optimizer inside here using AI to optimize. So you can do this and I can generate my image, and then from image we can generate a video. Now we're already going to have ours, of course, but I want to show you this model. It's a nice touch that they put this inside on the same display. That's nice. So here's my image right there, and now right here I can populate it right there to do this, and we might as well use it for this, I guess. So let's put that in here, enter video. Let's just say camera zooms slowly. Let's see what they do. If I optimize it again, the camera gently zooms in, revealing intricate details, vibrant landscape, boats, golden sunlight, lush greenery in the breeze. Well, none of these relate to that. So it looks like it's just optimizing, not based on the knowledge it knows about the image, which isn't nice. I'm just going to put this. Okay, let's upload that. And here we are. So to show you the test, a man enthusiastically waves at the camera and smiles. This is obviously, as you can tell, this was optimized. There it is. There is the image of the one we've been testing on other platforms. Once again, here's the really prominent teeth they always give people. That makes me look like I have quite a bad set of teeth, the way it's resting and they move there. My teeth move in that one, so that's not great. Hands quite nice. An image, and the movement of hands is relatively natural. It's perhaps slightly warping, but not much. I would probably regenerate this again and get a different smile and look on that image. But let's have a look at our main canvas, and that's generating. Estimated time 4 to 7 minutes. Not the fastest of generation tools in comparison to, say, Runway or something. While I wait for that, that's finished generated. Now it says processing, wait over 5 minutes. This is quite a slow generation tool. I can show you the credit system and how much it will cost you here for packages. Of course, these might change over time. Let's go for a one time in case you just want to check it out. Here's 4,000 credits for $9.99, 10,000 for $20. You get 40 credits for free when you check in. You get daily updates on this. Slightly cheaper, obviously, if you go monthly on here. And then that, let's see the price for this. We're looking at 100 credits or so per generation. Oh, it's now finished. The guy fully zooms in. Let's have a look at this. Oh, there's no zoom at all. A lot of morphing on the face. You know, this reminds me of a Luma start, or old Luma, the previous generation of Luma. Not that realistic to the point for something like this. Perhaps in a landscape image, drone shot. But for the purpose of video, I'm not sure at this current stage I would use it. It might be good for what you need. Pros are obviously an extremely simple interface to use here, and perhaps professional is going to be slightly better for this. But the morphing is a little bit too much for me. Have to show you this because it's one of the fastest growing Flux. And of course, as always, they're updating non-stop. So as it updates, I will update you. And the next tool, RenderNet, again, an early form, I think, quickly growing right here. Come to the page, aivideo.school/ai-video-tools. You can scroll down and see RenderNet right here. It's just quickly growing in the space, is what I was trying to say. And if you come here, you can just click and we can come straight to RenderNet. Now, it's slightly different from the other platforms I've been showing you, but I think it's going to grow fairly quickly. So let's keep an eye on this. Let's go create for free. You can trial this, and it's made primarily for if you want to do character-based generations. I explain this in here. Specialize in creating captivating AI generated characters for videos, making it a perfect choice for character focused content like training head videos or creative storytelling. If you have a scene in your video, remember the old Alfred Hitchcock movies? What was it called? Alfred Hitchcock Presents and the Alfred Hitchcock Hour, when he would stand there and he would present. If you have a presenter and then talking between your story or something, or someone explaining something, whatever kind of videos that you're making, RenderNet's a good one for that, because you can either use one of their pre-existing models here. I'll zoom out slightly for you. One of their pre-existing models, any of these people, or like I've done, is upload myself on here. So I can go at Dan, what are they doing? I'm just going to say, sat at a desk explaining how to create AI videos. And then it gives me suggestions, posing on the dock and then modeling on a Paris runway fashion. I've done this, it's very funny. I choose portrait or landscape for this. I want landscape, generate an image or generate a video. In fact, when I click this, I think you'll see some of the funny generations I was playing with previously. If I go generate, let's have a look here. I think if I scroll down, you're going to see me in a dress somewhere. Yeah, here we are. So I completely didn't read, uploaded Dan, and then completely didn't read the prompt, just went with whatever they had in there. And it was a woman in a red dress in front of a haunted house or something. So here's me. Gosh, I look like my sister. And I can do all kind of things like upscale. She hasn't got stubble though. So then you can also use your character and make a video. It's what we're doing right now. I'll show you in a moment. Here's some other ones I was making before with prompts that they gave me. It was like underneath a starry night. Used my face, but gave me long hair. I did always wonder what I would look like with long hair. I'm not too sure I should grow it. So the sky moves kind of unrealistically. Look at it move behind there. and my face changes sideways on, but that wasn't that realistic. Let me show you this, because you can also, after you've made your video, you can click narrator and you can then upload your video and you can write a script, which is exactly what I did. I think I said welcome to the course.
Hello, welcome to the class.
Yeah, welcome to the class. Let's have a look.
Hello, welcome to the class.
Not the worst actual lip syncing that I've seen. Pretty good, but obviously it's only now as long as my script that I gave it, which was 1 second.
Hello, welcome to the class.
So it does have that in with it because it's made for speaking heads narrator, and we can upscale our images and all kinds of things. But we want to have a look at the video to compare it to the other video models that we've been doing. So let's play with that. Oh, generating now. Here I am. Let's have a look at me. Yeah, the much different hairstyle. Definitely looks a bit like me there. Got a slightly different jawline, but that's okay. Let's play this. What is that I've got here? Sometimes that happens when there's someone with stubble uploading on someone with stubble. You'll see this. I do it when I face swap all the time. You might have seen it in the last section where we did images. From here, I can go to narrator, so I can upload that. Strangely, there's not a way to just upload straight from here to there. So I download it and then I go to narrator, upload video, upload from my downloads. Here it is happening here. All right, so I have this in here. We've got the option to face swap if I wanted to swap me out. So if you have an existing video and you want to swap someone's face over, this is the place to do that. Pretty good tool for that. And then I can either upload an audio file of something I've said before, or we can use someone's voice in here already. So I can go, welcome to the course, the home of AI video, exclamation point. Shall I use Adam?
Our distrust is very expensive.
Let's try.
One today is worth 2 tomorrows.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that and generate. All right, that's generated. That's pretty fast generation. Really fast, actually. All right,
Welcome to the course, the home of AI video.
All right, let's have a look at that. Let's look at it close up for you.
Welcome to the course, the home of AI video.
Obviously not flawless, but actually pretty good. If you had a more realistic voice, if I was doing a voiceover recorded like this, then perhaps it would look even better. So that's RenderNet. The obvious limitations are there aren't things like extending properly, changing camera angles and things. But if you were doing a narrator piece and needed to have consistency between characters, this would definitely have consistency between characters because you select your character. When you go video anyone, I select my character you saw before, or upload any other image you want. For example, the image of a drone that we've been working on before, it can actually do non-character based things. So I can say a drone flying over the city, but that's not where this model's kind of USP and concentration is. But let's play with it. Okay, it's very quick generation considering we just sat there through those other two models, Caribou and Kling, waiting quite a while. That one is very quick. So it can do other images that are not character based. Yeah, slight bit of skewing, like looks more illustrated on here, it loses a bit of definition, but not too bad. And just to let you know, here's the number of counts you can have. I could have 4 iterations of it if I wanted to. And here I've just noticed is the automatically generated prompts they have here. A beautiful model wearing a classy red dress, intricate pattern, posed in natural sunlight in front of an abandoned mansion covered in weathered vegetation. And there she is. Okay, that was that. Let's move on to the next. So lip syncing, if you remember way back when I was doing the lecture on some limitations earlier on in the course, lip syncing was definitely one of them and still is one inside all AI models to an extent. We're not that close yet to realistic AI lip syncing with realistic images. If you have an animated image, Pixar style animation, then of course it's far more forgiving and you can. So what I want to show you here while we're still on video tools is I'm going to show you, I've got 5 tools up here, only 2 of them really we're going to compare side by side for lip syncing that I use, but I want to draw your attention to a few others before I get to Pika, which we've already spoke about earlier when we were doing image generation, and then Hedra also, which is a new one for you. So I want to just go into a call, for example, is quite good. They got face swapping, they got live swap, they got talking avatar, and then there's DID and HeyGen. So I'll just go through these one at a time, just a real quick brief overview of them before I get on to the others, so we can compare them side by side with the same image and same text and see how well they stand up. So a call is a cool tool, is great. Let me go on to, they have other stuff, live face swap. So if someone's talking, you can change your video, which is very impressive and actually quite good as long as the face shape is very similar, which we know from when we were creating images and we did face swap in that section, in the last section of the course. Talking avatar, pretty much as close as we're going to get for what we want. I can choose the avatar that I want, and then I can put in my script, or I can upload right here. So if I choose an avatar, one of these, or create my own avatar, I can create with a description or directly upload, which I've always had trouble doing. Always tells me my limit is 5 megabytes, then 4 megabytes an image, even when I upload one smaller, but that's because I don't use this so much, so I'm not on a paid plan. You would get different, obviously, allowances. I can choose one of their models now. Let's choose Diego. So here he is, here's Diego. I can then put in my script if I want, and I can choose the audio that I need, or I can upload audio. So I can upload that file. Do you remember we made it inside 11 Labs a few lectures ago, which was that Freddy Confetti, that kind of funny one? I can play it for you.
Hello and welcome to the...
Yeah, that one. I can do other things like change the background for images to different colors if I wanted to, match branding or an image, and I can generate here. These of course cost credits. I don't really use the tool, but I want to bring you awareness to it. In the same way, DID I have used several times. It's way more for, if I come up here, you can translate these. I could translate my whole course into whatever language I want, but generate video, and then you can create your own avatar like I have here, or choose one of the other ones. Happy, surprise, serious, natural if I want to. Movements, am I moving around a lot, or am I natural? And then I can choose my voiceover for whatever I want for this.
Hey, nice to meet you.
That's a cool
What
accent.
do you think of my voice?
I think your voice is cool, really cool. Or I could search a voice in there if I know one. I can also import them, you see, when you have an upgraded plan. Under script on the left hand side here is where you either put in your script and choose it, or upload my audio. Record live once again like we've been doing before. Upload that same 11 Labs download that we did earlier with that funny voice again. And generate video. This costs 1 credit. I have 0 credits. I use other tools, but DID is really great for if you need to just make simple ads, marketing ads, stuff like this, explain the videos, really good. HeyGen is very similar, actually. It markets itself as making avatar videos, whether I want it portrait or landscape. Let's say I want to make this for social medias. Do I have a video? Do I have a photo? I'll upload my photo, upload it. That's the one. Upload. Let's name this, leave everything else unspecified. This is so you're not using famous people or someone you're not or have permission for. Continue. Here's Dan, and here's my panel for adding my voiceover. So I can upload audio and submit. Adding your avatar from over here and submit. Name this ABS and submit this. Let's wait. And it's created this. Let's take a little look.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
Okay, nice. That gets me every time. Look at the lip sync on this. So actually, if you just want facing avatars, then this is a great tool. Watch this.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
Slightly less morphing in the mouth. Actually, a really nice tool. That was HeyGen. So if you need that, that's what that's called for a backup. Because I would use Hedra, Pika, or Inside Runway. In fact, I would avoid lip syncing altogether, but it's unavoidable in some cases. So let's get on to the tool that I really like to use for this. I'm going to upload that same image of me. Now what you need to do, if you're set to 1.5 down here, the version of Pika, you need to go to 1.0 and you'll have the option right here for lip sync. So I can hit lip sync and I can either obviously do text, which is not as good that we know, and then choose a voice from the drop down menu, or we can upload like we've done. That same funny, ridiculous voiceover, attach that. So unfortunately this is limited to 3 seconds, so you would need to do this in parts depending of your paying and for what package that you have. Let's generate that. While we're waiting for it to generate, let's go over to Hedra and compare these side by side. Hedra is mainly made for lip syncing. It's one of their main tools. So from left to right, very easy. Here's your audio, here's your character, here's the output. Really nice and simple. I can either write it, do text to speech and select a voice that I want. I can record straight out of my laptop or upload, which we're going to try for here. A really nice feature is that also you saw on the previous screen there, you can select a clip from a longer piece of audio if you wanted to. So I have my clip here, 8 seconds long. I can also do some things to, if I upgraded, like remove some background noise, change the voice on this, etc. I don't need to for this. Let's upload that image of me. But you can also generate, if I do text to image here or from photos. Let's do upload. Yes, this is my face. It knows that. I can choose this to be either 9:16, 1:1, 16:9, but it's quite close on me. Here's the way that I want it to be. Let's zoom that out a tiny bit. Let's actually do 16:9. Zoom that out like here. Place me. Okay, great. Let's generate that and let's go back over to Pika and see how they're getting on. It's finished. It's done. So let's take a little look at this.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's hello and welcome to the course. It's hello and welcome to the course. It's hello and welcome to the course.
Okay, so I think that actually the lip movement is quite realistic. Maybe that's not even as good. Maybe I should go back to HeyGen to use it because
hello and welcome to the course.
HeyGen actually has better lip syncing here, which looks nicer. That might be my go-to. Pika is actually pretty good. Again, you're limited on time lengths. I could retrim this. I could resync it if I don't like it, edit it, add 4 seconds, upscale this if I want to. Let's go back over to Hedra and see how they're getting on. Finished already. Let's have a little look.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
Their facial expressions, I think, are the best inside Hedra.
Hello and welcome to the course. It's so nice to have you here. I really appreciate you being here. Okay, bye.
You see, even then at the end, when the eyebrows move as I exclaim towards the end, really nice, really realistic. Look, the whole face is moving, the jawline coming down. That's why I like it slightly better. But you know what? HeyGen wasn't too bad at all, was it? Let me go back and play with that again. If I make this 16:9, let's put me right here. Let me go to my script. I'm going to once again upload this.
Welcome to the new era of video creation with HeyGen. Simply type.
This time I'm going to use a voice that they say because I want to do a normal voice rather than the comic one. And let's submit and have a little look at that. Let's call this one AIVS2. Let's submit. Okay, let's take a little look at this.
Welcome to the new era of video creation with HeyGen. Simply type your script to get started.
Wow. Okay, I'm really glad that I came back to HeyGen. Now, I used it before many times. Perhaps they've updated and done something on the back end because this is so much better than it previously was. I was using Pika, Hedra a little bit. I'm going to use for face avatars like this. Definitely use HeyGen, I think. To summarize, I use HeyGen, maybe Pika, but it's quite limited in time. Hedra, HeyGen for this talking to camera stuff. This is brilliant, really, really nice. Still 11 labs for my audio, I think. And then I will use Runway inside with lip syncing for character stuff and animation. I might as well keep it inside the same tool I'm using for video generation. So that's That's lip syncing, one of the limitations in AI, and that's going to get better and better. So I'll keep adding to this lecture as and when they get better. If there's another tool out there, I need to go and make my task now. We've been going along the course, and I've been making our projects. You can see me in real time create all my shots and use my video. It'll be a long one. I'll cut out a lot of the rubbish and downtime, so it's not too long to watch, but you can see somebody make an AI video in real time to fill in any gaps, knowledge missed, or any questions that you have might be answered through me doing that live. So this is the course project. You've been following along. You've seen me be making everything from idea to script, and now on to creating audio, and then we did images, and now finally to video. So this is a huge video right here. It was over 4 hours long. I pretty much recorded myself, picking up from where we left off from creating images and our storyboards and stuff. I recorded myself in real time. Now, I do not expect you to sit here and watch 4 and a bit hours. So I've sped this up 300-400 times, so it's maybe 50 minutes long, but I still don't suggest that you go ahead and watch this whole thing. What I want you to do is scroll through this, because if you're struggling with something, you may see the answer here. If you have a look on screen right now, you could see my prompting that I'm using to get certain images over there in Runway. So if you pause the screen and zoom in, then you'll be able to see my exact prompts that I'm using for things like Runway, or you'll also see me inside Midjourney correcting some images, changing some images, changing some faces. You'll also see me on Photoshop using some generative fill, also Zapier and some other tools when things didn't work out. For some reason, Runway was blocking me when I was trying to change the image the girl was drawing. It was blocking for some reason. I'm not sure why. Some safety feature. She was trying to draw a sketch image of her family on paper. Not sure why. So we went over to one of my backup tools, Zapier, and I think Pika also. So by all means, this is going to be a silent video. Just scroll through with your finger cursor, go through, and if you want to see something, a prompt that was happening, like how I got the guy to walking the back of shot and all the different variations that I did for this image or any of the others, you can zoom in and see those at your own time. And then we'll go on to the next section of the course after this. There's a task, and then we'll go on to doing our sound effects for this video. And gradually now we're almost putting the whole thing together. So enjoy this. Do not watch the whole thing. Just enjoy this, skip through it, and see any answers to questions that you might have. So we're at the end of the section, and once again, it is that time for a task. This time, obviously, it's your turn to use any of the tools. I obviously recommend the ones, and you've seen the ones that I use currently, and that may change as more AI tools come into play, but maybe you saw something of all the different tools that I showed you. Maybe you saw something you like a little better, or having a better experience with one than the other, or perhaps budget, time, anything else comes into play with this. So transform your images that we created in the last section into video to make your masterpiece. Using AI tools of your choice, generate video clips from these still images to bring your vision to life. Follow the steps below to make the most out of the tools and techniques we've learned. So choose your AI tool, then pick one that aligns with your creative goals and your budget. Once you've selected that tool, use the image to video capabilities. Obviously, that's the way we're doing it for this course, to generate and create your clips. Apply camera movement. That's either by, depending on your tool, using your prompts to tell it what the camera to do, to zoom in, to pan, to have no movement at all. You saw me use that a lot. And then also any character movement or any action that happens inside of the image also. And then experiment with tools. If you're using Runway or some other tools that have similar things, like the camera settings where you get to actually choose the zoom, pan, tilt, motion, horizontal, vertical and stuff. Or even if you're doing a character talking to camera, to piece or to each other, perhaps try using Act 1 inside Runway like I've shown you. And one of the biggest things you probably learn is if you extend your clips, especially in Runway, but extend your clips with and without prompting, you'll probably find that you can create your whole next shot and seamlessly pan from one to the other, for example, or you can tell it to extend and add explosion, add cuts. I want to see a TV now. I want to see a window, whatever it is. You can probably do that inside the video model as opposed to making multiple images. But you could, of course, use your in image and out image in lots of these tools to tell the AI model where to start and where to finish and to animate in between that. So go ahead, play with this, do your task, and I'll see you in the next section.